hello. Yeah, awesome. I never know how to start with it. As you have seen, I never know how to start this. But hiya, Blue. Hi, mummies. Hello. I never know how to start. I feel always awkward while starting stream. I don't know what to do with myself. Who am I? What am I doing? Oh, there was supposed to be a line. And so that is my origin story. Ah, you guys are here like that, huh? Just in middle of like oh boy. First class passageway. 9th January, almost 8 a.m. This is for a first class cabin passageway. We'll see who was watching from next door. In the game, as far as we know, nobody was watching from the next door, but something was dangling from the ventilation between the roofs. Very day to day. There's like a teasing of a lore every single time with the start that you guys have to piece together to make a full lore. There is a mousetrap there. Phew, I'm finally out of the cabin. I have to admit, this isn't quite what I was expecting. It's less spacious out here than I thought it would be, and this is the most luxurious accommodation. Yes, indeed. Kazuma-sama was being sent on this study tour by government. That's why he was being put up in a first-class cabin. Even still, this is about twice as large as my accommodation in steerage. Really? That must be awful. My guy's just sitting there. Menacingly. He's just sitting there. Menacingly. Look, over there. It's another crewman keeping watch. And he looks enormous, even if he's sitting down. Big guy! Big guy! Asserting his dominance by spreading his legs. The door next to him leads to the second-class accommodation. I suppose he's making sure that no one comes in here who shouldn't. I suppose, like people in handcuffs. Look at him go. Naruhodo-san, you look like a little boy visiting a toy shop for the first time. I would have thought you'd be used to the ship by now. We've been at the sea for 2 weeks already. 2 weeks that my man Ryunosuke has been in a closet most of the time. But yes, I know. But the thing is, I was inside Kazuma's trunk when I first came aboard. And ever since, I've been shut up inside the little wardrobe. It must have been a very trying time for you. Please don't give me that pitying look. Please, woman, do not pity me. This looks like a plan of SS spray. It shows each deck. Look. Is a large-scale steam ship with a triple-skinned hull, but a marvel of engineering. Well, it's been playing on my mind for a while now, actually, but how is it that such a huge lump of metal doesn't just sink to the bottom of the ocean? Oh, that's really quite simple, Naruhodo-san. Is it? It is? It is? Well, consider the Japanese archipelago. The island of Japan? Yes. They are not metal, but they are enormous lumps of earth, many times larger than the ship. And they don't sink, do they? They've been floating happily on the sea since the gods created them. Well, I suppose so. not certain if that's quite the same logic there, you know? There's a huge book on top of the table there. And there's a pen next to it. Yes, that looks like the ship's log. Shall we have a little look through it? The writing is so neat and precise. Every detail about the voyage has been meticulously recorded. You wouldn't expect a rough and ready sailor to have such a beautiful handwriting. Do not profile! And nothing. No reaction at all. I thought he might appreciate the compliment. I'm not sure that rough and ready is much of a compliment now, Hodesan, even to a sailor. I don't know, is it... But is it even... Is it really rude to call somebody rough and ready? Anyway, last night's log is mostly blank. Presumably that means there was nothing to report. Hey, big guy. Wanna talk? Excuse me, but could I ask you something? You little stowaway murderer. Ah, man. That wasn't a good start, was it? Alright, let me try instead. Good day, Mr. Sailor. I'm so sorry to trouble you, but could I perhaps ask you something of you? You little third-class lady's maid. Oof! Oh my god! Somebody smack that guy! Oh, we seem to have got the sailor on a bad day, Susato-san. I'm not a sailor. My mother gave me a name. I'm senior crewman Biff Stroganov. Phew. Best thing is just avoid eye contact, I think. Don't look at him. Don't look at him in the eye. He might think it's a challenge. Challenge for a dominance. Avert your eyes. Mr. Stroganov, about this first-class cabin area. Here we are in the finest part of Bray's steamship. For very important persons. What sort of very important persons? Government officials, kings and queens traveling in secret. Many important persons. That is why I'm always guarding this place. Gosh, that's amazing. But somehow I let stupid stowaway inside. I want to pick you up and throw you in the ocean. Stroganov is not animal. I repeat, don't look him in the eye. He might actually do the eating. Oh! Thank you. If I may, I was wondering, is the cabin next to Mr. Azokis currently occupied? Is that duh? So did you understand that? It sounded like duh. Okay, so it was duh. I think it's probably Russian for yes. Or no? I started wondering, do they travel from Japan to England by ship? According to some pages, it takes 2 days. Yep, they are. And it wasn't even said that this is like the 15th day in the ship currently. And they still have like 20 more days to go. I think that 50 days is around, it does sound like correct. Genius. It is not permitted to visit other cabins without invitation. Well, it sounds like there is somebody in the next door cabin at least. Yes, it's tantalizing. We will have some back issues then. Ah, he's fine. After 2 weeks in the flipping wardrobe, he's fine. He might have a kink in his back, but he's mostly fine. I mean, Susato has already thrown him like, what, 4 times? 3 times already. In a takedown, so if that doesn't, you know, break his back, then nothing will. Could you tell us who's traveling in in the cabin next to Mr. Asaki's? His name is Mr. Grimsby Raylot. He's very important Western gentleman. A Western gentleman? Do not think about it. He has nothing to do with murder of student boy. How can you be so sure about that? Mr. Raylot is authentic Western gentleman. Such a man would have no interest in lowly student from insignificant Far East Island. Oh God, here we go again. That was harsh. Could you tell us when Mr. Raylot came aboard? That is not your business. Come to think of it. Even though we've been at the sea for 2 weeks now, and I've been in Kazuma's cabin the entire time, I never once heard anything from the next door cabin, or even felt like there's anyone there. Well, presumably since this gentleman is occupying one of the first-class cabins, he must be rather important. Is that right? That is not your business. We take that as an affirmative. Last night. Are you on watch here all the time, Seaman Straganov? Yeah, all time. No, so criminals like you cannot come in, or get out. I wonder, could you tell us anything about last night at all? It's sad about student boy. Were you on watch last night as well? Of course. But did you notice anything at the time? Anything unusual? Is that niet? Net? Niet? Susatasan? Did you understand that? It was clearly a no. I saw nothing unusual. Nothing at all. And you didn't hear any strange noises? Or sense anything was wrong in some way? Where are you looking at? My man, where are you looking at? I said no! Sorry! Sorry, man, sorry! I'm not so sure. I could have sworn that he wouldn't catch my eye for a moment there. This is enough. I cannot say more now. Oh, it is time for me to report to Captain. You must return to Captain. Yes, alright. Bulkhead to second class area is staying locked at all times. You escape when the lobsters whistles on top of the mountain, or as English say, when the pigs fly. Okay? Yes, I understand. Good. Now we can investigate this area properly, shall we? Definitely. That's the way to second class area of the ship. Is something wrong? I was thinking about making a run for it, just for a moment. Things aren't exactly going well for me. I might be wrong, but I imagine the moment you reach for the handle of the door, that burly seaman would surely shoot you dead. Oh dear. I'm sorry. Perhaps I went a little too far there. No, I started it with my talk of running away. And there's no way I could run away while Kazuma's death remains a mystery anyway. Ah, a trap for catching mice. Yes, we have plenty of those back home in Japan. Although they seem to be using a lump of chalk or something as bait. Let me see. Yes, I think that's what it's called. Cheese. It's made from milk of cows. Cheese? I wonder what that tastes like. You can't eat it, Naruhodo-san. The trap will snap shut on your fingers. Really? What? Oh, I suppose you're right. What the cheese? You weren't actually going to try it, were you? I repeat, Susato. What the cheese? All I've had to eat for the past couple of weeks is Kazuma's leftovers. You don't know how hungry I've been in that wardrobe. For you. I'll find a little snack for you later. do you think this is? It's a very pleasing shape, isn't it? That's an emergency alarm. It's probably best not to touch it. Oh, an alarm? It says press only in times of emergency. It looks as though it sets alarm bells ringing all over the ship and brings the vessel to a complete stop. What are you doing, Naruto? You mustn't touch it. Hi, Aukos. It's an emergency situation. Just look at this handcuff. You know full well that's not what the alarm is for. If you were to bring this vessel to a standstill for no good reason, you'd be in an even worse situation. I wish everything would just stop. This ship included. If you have to do something foolish, at least make it something that doesn't affect anyone else. Okay. This is it. This is the cabin next to ours. The one the ventilator connects to. It's the ventilator from which Kazuma-sama wrote that he saw speckled band emerging. Maybe whoever's in this cabin can help solve that particular mystery. Let's ask. Knock knock! Donk. I respect your privacy, but how to say, as a prisoner of this ship, I will force my will upon you, and I will break this door. You know, if you don't open it up. God, I'm already criminal. What do I have to lose? Open the door, I will open it by myself with force. No answer. Wasn't Herlock supposed to go there? Sholmes! Open the door! We're out of luck, it seems. There's no one in there to help with our inquiries. How annoying. Ah! What was that? It came from the inside cabin. It's a high-pitched scream. It must have been a woman. Stand aside. Ah, there's Sholmes. Found him. I have found Mr. Sholmes. I'm about to break the door down. You and what muscles? I shan't be stopped. When the fit is on me, I revel in kicking doors off their hinges. When the fit is on me, I revel in kicking doors off their hinges. My God, you need some new hobbies. Please, wait, Mr. Sholmes. The door doesn't appear to be bolted. It doesn't? Then how the deuce can I dispatch this muscular urge? What prey can I keep? Man, Sholmes really just wanted, how to say, an excuse. Oh my God. How the deuce can I dispatch this muscular urge? What prey can I? Can you guys tell me, do you have muscular urges, you know? I'm not certain if that will translate to kicking doors, but do you get a muscular urges suddenly? Every moment of my life. Does it translate to something else than kicking doors, or is that just one hobby that you want? I just have this sudden need to flip the table. No matter what's on it, no matter the mood, I just have this sudden urge. Sudden urge. I think we should go in. There's no time to think about stress relief. Some weird stress reliefs this guy has. Muscular urge, rub 2 sticks and make fire. I have made fire. Oh, who are you? Western gentleman? This man looks Russian to me. We heard a woman scream. A woman? Don't be absurd. As you can see, there's nobody but me in this cabin. True, this old man does appear to be the only person in here. But in that case, who would just scream? Get out, all of you, now! Please excuse the intrusion, but you're Mr. Crime Spy Roylott. Yes, that's me. You are? I'm the one and only, the actual Herlock Sholmes. You've heard of me, no doubt? No. Sholmes really trying to find his fans in this one boat, and only one person seems to know him. I'm a great detective among great detectives, one who adorns the covers of popular magazines, no less. I assure you, you may trust me completely. The man uses that magazine like a business card. Detective? I do not trust detectives. We distinctly heard a scream emanating from within these walls. There won't appear to be a lady concealing herself within wardrobe this time. Wait, this time? But there wouldn't appear to be a lady concealing herself within the wardrobe this time. Are you calling Ryunosuke here like, how to say, what's the word I'm thinking about? Feminine? Feminine. Are you trying to call Ryunosuke here a feminine? This is some kind of hint, nudge situation. So might I be so bold to ask you to open that small traveling case? Well, don't be stupid. How could anyone fit in a small trunk like that? But it's quite fashionable these days, is it not? Traveling inside one's trunk. Ow! How to say, there is some fire shot at Ryunosuke here. Ow! Ow, my pride! I do say, if it wasn't clear to some people, I do speak about Ryunosuke as a, like Ryunosuke is me, because, well, I'm playing as Ryunosuke here. I'm speaking to as him and in a third person at the same time. Like, I speak him as a character, but I do like when Sholmes here said that it's quite fashionable, then I immediately answered like, "Ow!" Fire shot like at me, like that way. Just want to make sure that it's quite clear that I do refer a lot of time when I answer this kind of thing that I'm as I would be Ryunosuke. Don't look at me. It's shaking. Oh my, did you see that, Mr. Neruda? Yes, the case just shook. Leave now, otherwise I'll call the steward. But this is Kazuma's neighbor, Mr. Crime Spy Roylott. There's no doubt about it. This strange Russian man is hiding some. I couldn't agree more. Let's see if we can find some clues before the burly sailor returns. So you are self-inserting. But yeah. In this situation when I am playing as Ryunosuke, so I see it as myself being in this moment. So of course I will answer it as like it's being directed at me. Like, should I be ashamed of that? Like, that's just how I play usually roleplays, like roleplay games, or if I have like a character that I play as, like that character is me. Is that somehow like wrong way? Hey? I get into the role. My man is just sitting here. This, huh? What's that supposed to mean? What do you think you're doing? It's a game? Wait, you mean Baba is... What is it? Baba is you? This is my cabin. Get out! Would I just have a quick look inside your traveling case, perhaps? No! Ah, what a pity. I think we're out of luck. I think you're right. There doesn't appear to be anything more we can do. I agree, but there may be someone else who can help. Sholmes! Perhaps that great detective could get somewhere with Mr. Royal. Oh no, don't tell me we have to do the deduction thing. Do you have a moment, please, Mr. Sholmes? You need only address me as a Sholmes. That's what I just did, isn't it? Well, Mr. Sholmes, what were you doing in there? Why, I was resting, of course. Resting? Indeed, I was contemplating our sea voyage from the confines of the wardrobe whilst waiting. Waiting for the inevitable time that would need to call my great powers of detection. Yep, yeah, in service. Oh, it would seem that the hour is upon us now. Time has come. Oh no. Am I mistaken? Well, no, actually, you're spot on. For once. For once. Observe closely. Our Russian host in this cabin, Mr. Rollos, is clearly trying to hide something. Do you know what is the most effective weapon to use against a Russian hiding a secret? Why? The truth, of course. So it should be pointed out that such methods are not exclusive for the Russians. I was about to say, wow, how is that only for Russians? But right. And higher cryptic. If I didn't say it already, I can't remember. Can you imagine how the Russian will react when the secret he guards so closely is exposed? Would you like to witness it? Oh yes, please. Just no, not anything that radical. Like I said, I have a love-hate relationship with Sholmes here. Like, I love his character, but God, he's a little bit too much at points. The sympathy cringe is a little bit too strong with him at points. Like, whew. Well then, what are you about to see may well astound you. Oh yeah, it absolutely will astound me, because God, this is going to go a little bit wrong, my man. For I am about to apply my great detective, greatly admired, great deduction to the case. Could this man be a more hackneyed portrayal of a dubious Russian, I ask? What? From time to time it occurs to me. Is the fellow dubious on account for his Russianness, or Russian on account of his dubiousness? What? Is the fellow dubious on account of his Russianness, or Russian on account of his dubiousness? I really don't think either of those things should be occurring to you. Or anyone. That's right, and Mr. Sholmes? I know this man's beard and dark glasses are hard to ignore, especially on first meeting, but I once read it's a capital mistake to theorize before you have all the evidence. It biases the judgment. Shh! I must have complete silence. Being a racist. If you think Sholmes here is a racist, oh boy. Oh boy, when we meet some other characters. What are you doing? Why are you peering at my face like that? Ah, just as I thought. Yes, I have quite made up my mind now. There can be no other explanation than that accommodates all the facts. Mr. Roylott, I have reached two incontrovertible conclusions. Ugh. What do you mean? Number one, your true identity is that of a villain. That's a broad concept. Your true identity is that of a villain. That's a broad concept. Using those shears, you're about to end the existence of something most dear. Are you not? And number two, the other conclusion I have drawn, you are, at this very moment, no less in the midst of committing a most grievous crime. Beneath that fear, your mouth quivers with nervousness tension as you realize you have been discovered. Does it not? Honorable Anderson, I never imagined I would witness one of Mr. Sholmes' great deduction with my own eyes. That was a great deduction? Nothing can deceive Mr. Sholmes. In a single glance, he can deduce all there is to know about a person. What? What ineffable twaddle. Oh yes, I've read about it countless times in the adventure of Herlock Sholmes. And now I've experienced astonishing impact of his great deduction person. So we know that he's not, like, how to say, Sholmes has, like, Sholmes' thing is that he does know, but he doesn't know. Like, he has some facts correct with his deductions, but he gets a lot wrong too. Like, Susato, remember, I'm supposed to be Russian, so is Kazuma supposed to be Russian. There is some shenanigans going on in here. Is it like a dream come true? I can hardly believe it, but all the color has drained from Mr. Roylott's face. It looks like somehow both of Mr. Sholmes' conclusions were right. No. How could you? Well, actually, no, I think it's somewhat correct. How could I possibly know such thing you wish to say? If I remember correctly, that is. Like, how to say, in a broad concept, Sholmes is right. If I remember. After 4 years. Very well then, I shall I shall explain how it was that I arrived at this pair of conclusions. But here we get some wrong information. So do I cordially invite you upon a journey of logical discovery. Let us board the train of reasoning. But plainly, let us work through my deductions together. Because here we have to fix these flipping deductions. The great deduction. Topic 1. Conclusion. Old man's identity. Well, the identity villain is not. The dubious looking Russian Mr. Roylott. Obviously what catches the eye is in the first place is the enormous pair of shears in your hand. Yeah, that's not the thing. I would more be, how to say, thinking about that paper in his pocket. Now we ask ourselves, what could you possibly want with such an implement? The answer, of course, is staring us in the face. You were on the verge of using the shears to cut away the dubious beard you sport. No. Now, moving on. question then begged is this. Why would you desire to rid yourself of this magnificent beard, Mr. Roylott? Once again, the answer is plain. We have clear evidence to shed light on the matter. Regard if you will this morning's newspaper. In particular, the fascinating front page article, which it would appear you have read also, Mr. Roylott. I'm sure it needs no further clarification. The evidence that reveals your true identity is article about the revolutionary. No. Once again, the head shape is a bit different. In translation, the headline reads, Revolutionary Villain Bolshevik Flees Russia via Shanghai. As you cannot fail to observe, the subtitle of the article possesses an extremely copious beard. But Sholmes, you were blaming me to be that guy. You were saying I'm the revolutionary. Now you're giving that title to this guy. Choose, man. Choose. Who's the actual revolution? The leader of revolution. Having noted the article yourself, you decide to remove your incriminating facial hair before it gave you away. In short, your true identity is beyond doubt. You are fearsome Russian revolutionary himself, Villain Bolshevik. Not that I've heard of you myself, you understand. Oh, darling. You said that I was the one. Now, as for my second conclusion. You are, at this very moment, on the brink of committing the most grievous crime. And the proof of this crime, over there. Oh yes, Mr. Roylott. Taken unawares, the people have propensity to let their eyes stray, you see. And I assure you, the eyes speak so much more eloquently and honestly than the mouth. The answer we seek lies where the furtive glance falls. The proof of your crime sits before our very eyes. Yes, the traveling case. It is time, I think, that the case be opened and its contents laid bare. No, I refuse. What could you possibly be concealing inside, we ask? By my estimation, a young lady, perhaps, one slight enough with terrain. Don't be absurd. That had to be a very, very small lady, you know. And what, pray, would be the identity of this young lady in the traveling case? Hear me. We are not well suited to a life of crime, are we? Your careless scoop the oil with ratio? Oh, God. Once again, we need only to follow your furtive plans to find the answer. Yes, the reason you refused to open your traveling case can equally be found in the pages of this newspaper. But there is another most stimulating article. We turn from the fleeing revolutionary to the back page. Renewed prima ballerina of the Novovik Ballet disappears from Shanghai. Such a headline can lead us to but one conclusion. Your crime is that of abduction. And according to the article, the young lady's name is Nikolina Pavlova. Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of this Russian enigma. Elementsky. Elementsky, my dear Wilson. Do they have new pigeons, or how do they get news in the middle of the ocean? Well, they did stop by the Shanghai port in the games, like in yesterday, I think. It was that they stopped by the Shanghai port. So maybe he grabbed like newspaper at that point. Susan, that wasn't one of the great deductions I've been hearing so much about, was it? Please say no. Well, stories are full of Mr. Sholmes' brilliant deductions, you know. But that it seemed a little different somehow. Excuse me, Mr. Sholmes, could you come over here a minute? Come over here a moment. Come on. Get in here, Sholmes. Get over here. Ray, what can I do for you? It's about your deductions. Would you mind? Not at all, go on. Well, to start with, there's a newspaper article. I think we had the same discussion before, but these two men look nothing like each other. Ah, yes, I recall our discussion earlier, and the time I believe I told you that man is a revolutionary. We will be able to revolutionize his own appearance. I don't think that works like that, and I repeat, Sholmes, you use that excuse at me. In fairness to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Royal does look more like this man than you do. Yeah, but that's my point! He already blamed me once! He cannot just change that to somebody else! That's not the point. Another thing, the part about him abducting the ballerina? Indeed, a truly startling revelation. At first glance, the case would appear too small to accommodate a young woman. Not just at first glance, it is too small, clearly. You'd be lucky to fit a 5-year-old child into that case, even if you pushed really hard. I don't suppose the missing ballerina is a 5-year-old child, is she? You mean you don't know? No, the young lady's 15. No, I didn't know. How could I? And if she's 15, then 10 years worth of her would be poking out from the case. Some years ago I read something pertinent, I believe. A group of men consuming vinegar daily in order to promote a certain litness in their... That's not... Oh. Vinegar? For such a sour punch, it would surely be simplicity itself to contort oneself into the confines of the small case. Ooh! Sholmes! Oh dear, you might be thinking of contortionist in the circus, Mr. Sholmes. This whole thing is turning into a circus. Oh, Sholmes. Hi, Kraken! Mr. Naruhodo, something appeared to me about Mr. Sholmes' deductions just now. I think his powers of observation are, well, magical. His eyes cut to the heart of matter almost instantly. It's just where he directs his attention and his logic that seems a little... Oh. Your idea of little may be a little off itself, Mr. Sota. It's just 1 or 2 keywords in his deduction that seem to let him down. I was wondering if we might perhaps tactfully switch them for our alternatives. What do you think? Switch some keywords in his deductions. Yes, but very tactfully. I feel sure if we could do that, we'd unlock the true genius of Mr. Sholmes' great deduction. Precisely the thought that was going through my own mind. This man is a lot of work. Oh boy, is he. I'm trying to live up to the name yesterday. Oh yeah, what was it? What did you say you would live up to the Karen name? It was the if Kazuma, we find out that Kazuma is not like paralyzed or something, that he's actually dead. Sometimes I wonder how anyone puts up with me. At least he acknowledges it. It's not that funny. And you, my good fellow. Sorry? Take a moment to look at your wrists. My wrists? Where are your handcuffs? How did you? I felt that they may hinder your ability to follow me in our dance of deduction. I almost said dance of seduction. Like, oh, wait, that ain't correct. That ain't correct. Deduction, not seduction. Deduction. Well, I don't know if you get seduced in the middle of the dance, but that ain't the original purpose, at least. I don't believe it. Mr. Sholmes, you're a marvel. And don't worry, I shall restore the shackles to your wrist when we are finished. I'm not worried. In fact, I'd rather stay like this. So, let us begin. Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. So, the dubious looking Russian, Mr. Roylott. Obviously, what catches the eye in the first place? Sholmes wondered if I was jealous. The shears in your hand. Now we ask ourselves what could possibly you want with such an implement. The answer, of course, is staring us in the face. You were on the verge of using the shears to cut away Cubius beard, you sport. I'm not sure. Would you really use shears like that to cut off a beard? I doubt that's something I'll ever have to worry about. It doesn't quite sit right with me, though. Doesn't seem to be sitting right with Mr. Roylott either. Which means, I suppose, that the deduction is wrong. Let's try to switch a keyword here, Naruto-san, and see if it helps matters. Alright, but how? I think we should start by taking a long, hard look at Mr. Roylott. I wonder if it's really his beard that he intends to use the shears on. Exactly. We do manage to find something that seems to fit the sense of Mr. Sholmes' deduction better. Then what? Then I leave the rest in your capable hands, Naruto-san. Why am I the one to do something about this? Well, anyway, let's see if there's anything we could even use to switch around the last sentence. What exactly was Mr. Roylott really going to use those enormous shears for? Golden locks! How to say? My man, you have very luscious hair. What's this? What's this? What's this? What's this? What's this? It looks like a cascade of stunning golden locks. No. The color is not the point. The point is, what's it doing in the back of Mr. Roylott's hair? And how is it growing out from underneath his thick black hair? Well, that's true. So it's stunningly beautiful and stunningly surprising. Something definitely is not right here.
Yes!
Dramatic. You were on the verge of using the shears to cut away the golden locks you support. Support? Sport, sorry. I was like, wait, that doesn't make sense. Indeed, you have identified the precise detail I was intending to expose. Such lush golden hair certainly does not fit an old man. You're not a man at all. You're a woman. And judging from the length and sheen of your hair, one is still very much in her youth. Oh no. If only I had managed to cut off my hair, no one would have suspected. The question then begged is this: why would you desire to rid yourself of these magnificent locks? Once again, the answer is plain. We have clear evidence to shed light on the matter. I'm sure it needs no further clarification. The evidence that reveals your true identity is the article about the revolutionary. Well, that was a shock. had no idea the old man was really a young woman in disguise. You? What? Why are you staring at me like that? Yes, it was a surprise. Naruhodo-san, you're enjoying this, aren't you? What? Sorry? You look like you're in your element as you dance around the room deducing the facts with Mr. Sholmes. I'm just doing what we agreed. I'm not having fun or anything. Bug. This is strictly business, not strictly Huh? Not strictly It's just business. Yes, I understand. Say no more. But anyway, let's focus on this next part of Mr. Sholmes' deduction, shall we? The evidence that he speaks out doesn't fit the facts at all now. No, that's true, given that Mr. Roylott is actually a woman. Exactly. He, or rather she, can't possibly be this merciless revolutionary. I suppose it's because the deduction as a whole has taken different direction now. Yes. Let's switch the evidence up for something else. Something that fits the fact as we now understand them. For some reason, this woman needed to try to hide her true identity. I feel as though I've either read or heard about a young woman in a situation like that recently. Alright, I'll do my best. Yes! Yes! The evidence that reveals your true identity is, of course, the article about the ballerina. That's right, you hit the nail on the head. Renowned prima ballerina of the Novavik Ballet disappears from Shanghai. It would appear we are finally able to address you by your true name. Yes, as your true identity is that of a Novavik Ballet's prima ballerina, Miss Nikolina Pavlova. Don't eat the scissors! Oh my god! You know, it was taught as a child to never hold your scissors like that near other people. You have to hold the scissors by their blade so you don't accidentally stab anybody. And keep a flipping firm hold on that flipping scissors. You're right. My real name is Nikolina Pavlova. But please, I beg you, don't tell anyone. He was a she. Kidnapping of a young ballerina, which cannot be correct if the ballerina itself is here. Now, as for my second conclusion. You are, at this very moment, on the brink of committing a most grievous crime. And the proof of this crime, over there. Oh yes, Miss Pavlova. Taken unawares, the people have propensity to let their eyes stray, you see. And I assure you, the eyes speak so much more eloquently and honestly than the mouth. The answer we seek lies where the furtive glance falls. The proof of your crime sits before our very eyes. Yes, the traveling case. This woman is the ballerina, and she's right in front of us, so clearly she can't be inside the traveling case as well. No, that's right, it seems she wasn't abducted at all. In which case, what is the crime this young woman is apparently committing? I can see I'm going to have to step in and fix the great detective's mistakes again. You seem to look pleased, Naruhodo-san. Do you like the idea of another chance to dance around with Mr. Sholmes? Very interesting. Hint, hint, nudge, nudge. Dansa, dansa. Dansa, dansa. Stop it. Anyway, there must be something else here that shows what this woman is up to. Ta-da!
Yes!
Proof of your crime is surely this tiara. Ah! I believe this tiara is worn by the stage by dancers in the Novavik ballet, is it not? Indeed, this would appear to be identical to the tiara picture in this new newspaper article. And if the reporting is to be believed, it's an item worth 20,000 rubles. In summary, the crime you have committed is theft. Oh no. Yes, you left your ballet troupe and unlawfully taken their precious tiara with you. Ah! I have no one, no family, no friends. I'm all alone and I need money. But I did not steal the tiara. It was present from, how do you say, an earl of Russia. It belongs to me. This girl is only 15 years old and she's run away all by herself. She must have been extremely lonely. Alright, I will tell you everything. There is no point in hiding it now. Come, let us not be hasty. What? There remains one unsolved mystery about you. Mystery? What do you mean? Thanks, Emperor, for the lurk. You have staunchly refused to open this traveling case of yours in our presence. She's 15, never mind, no more. Yeah, it was said before that she's 15. It is reasonable to conclude, therefore, that there exists some reason why you wish to remain close. Is that not so, Miss Pavlova? My dear girl, there is no sense in playing games with me. Nothing escapes my attention. Indeed, I have very good idea of the contents of your case, even before I have ever laid eyes on them. Dear me, we are not well suited for life crime, are we? Your careless oil betrays you. Once again, we need only follow your furtive plans to find the answer. Yes, the reason why you refused to open your case is written in the books on the shelf. Hey, he actually changed the last one by himself. He's completely changed the attack with his deduction now. I think Mr. Sholmes is adapting his logic to the changing circumstances, don't you? Maybe? But why has she suddenly brought the bookshelf? Just a wild guess, surely. Oh, do you think so? Well, it doesn't seem likely that the reason why this young woman doesn't want to open her case would have written in a book that doesn't even belong to her. Yes, that's true, but still. Miss Pavlova certainly did cast her eyes in that direction. I noticed it myself. And there has to be another reason why she won't open her case. And it must be somewhere in the same area if that's where her case was involuntarily thrown. I agree, that's the only answer. Whatever she was hidden inside... Whatever she has hidden inside the case should be revealed by following her gaze in the direction of the bookcase.
Yes!
The rules of passage. Yes, the reason why you refuse to open your case is written in the rules of passage. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. Inside that case of yours is something forbidden from carriage on this vessel. That is the real reason why you refuse to open it. It was revealing its contents. As we've seen, the trunk wobbles from time to time, but no weapon or other dangerous items would move of its own accord. Which leaves but one possibility, Miss Pavlova. Inside your traveling case is the last item listed as forbidden in the visitor rules of passage. A pet! Ah! Possession of a prohibited animal. Deduction complete. Elementary. My dear Wilson. So clearly you aren't who you said you were. No, I'm not Grimsby Roilet. My real name is Nikolina Pavlova. Everything you said was correct. You absconded during one of your ballet company's performance in order to escape your homeland. Later that same night, you stole a Portis vessel. It couldn't have been easy. Bora is a huge steamship with a vast crew. Does he really have snuck on board without being noticed? In order to obscure your true identity, you somewhat recklessly took the guise of an old gentleman, and you intend to sever all links with your past by severing your long hair. Yet to a woman, hair is no trifling matter. My personal recommendation is to leave well alone. So if it was just you about to cut off your own hair, who was it that let out the scream we heard from outside the cabin? That veritable tinkling of well, why, none other than this young lady naturally. More like a full set of pipes if you ask me. I was so scared when I ran away in Shanghai. I was sure they would come looking for me. That's why I decided to, how do you say, disgust myself? No, so no one would recognize me. As a result, you transformed yourself into a questionable old man? I see. I put on the fur hat and fake beard. Then just before you came in here, I saw in the newspaper. Right on the page, there was a picture of me. I was so frightened I couldn't stop from screaming. I knew that if I didn't change my appearance completely, they would find me. So I decided to cut all my hair as fastly as possible. I picked up the scissors in my hand and at that precise moment, we walked in through the annoyingly unlocked cabin door. Sholmes has still not, dropped that masculine urge to kick the door that he was denied. He's not forgiven that denial. Ah, man. Things happen like that sometimes, don't they? Oh, and there's something. Yeah, because you were the again, but like Sholmes here was so ready to kick the door down until we were like, no, it's actually opened. It's not locked. And he was like, why? Why do you like deny me this muscular urge to kick down the door? What can I kick now? Like, I even asked, like, you chatted, like, do you guys get some muscular urges suddenly to either kick down doors or something else? Hello. How do you say your name, Ariel? Can I just say Ariel? Hello. Guys, we have press mid. Do not threaten new people. Things happen like that sometimes, don't they? Things do indeed happen like that from time to time. Are those two even talking about the same thing? Apple patapon. Real or Nathan? What are you playing? I'm playing the Grace Ace Attorney. The Great Ace Attorney. Love the game. More patapon the better. There's just one more thing I'd like to know. What exactly do you have inside your traveling case? Sound familiar. Where Ace Attorney games are very, how to say, known. Like Phoenix Fright, objection, and such. Just kind of pulling out a Russian child. Nah, 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 nah. Did you play this yesterday? Yes, I played this yesterday. Objection! You're right, it's my dear friend inside, my only friend in the whole world. Please, don't tell anyone. If the captain finds out, you say to any of the crew. Your secret is safe with us, I assure you. But in return, you must tell us in as much detail as you can muster about the events of last night. Yes, alright. I will tell you. Well, Mr. Naruhodo. Wasn't it something Mr. Sholmes great deduction? Ah, yes. His great deductions. It was certainly something. Yes. Was it a great or bad? Let's not break the fangirl's heart. Yet. It's just not entirely sure. I'm just not entirely sure what. But at least Miss Pavlova has agreed to tell us what she knows. That's incredible. Indeed, it is incredible. Sholmes! Privacy! Ah, and one more thing. Oh, yes? What? Observe your wrists. Ah, man. Hi. Ah, your hands are cuffed again. I'm back to square one, I go. Oh. What? How? True to my word, I have restored your shackles. Grrr. Grrr. When and why? There is still a shadow of guilt cast over you, Mr. Naruhodo. I'm sorry to say, it can't be helped at the moment. Can't it? Really? Can it not really? Truly? Herlock wanted that too. Come on, we had the dance and everything. Actually, we are gonna have a couple of dances in this game. Anyway, let's listen to what Miss Pavlova has to say. We can't go on not knowing. I have to find out what the speckled band that Kazuma-sama wrote about in his diary really was. Get a popper center. Let me see. Don't touch! Huh? I will tell you what I know about last night. Please. You must not touch my things. How do you say? Forbid it. Oh, sorry. As well as you should be, young man. What a vulgar manners you have. Says the guy who was freaking, other people's diary when... Hypocrite! Poking around in a young lady's private belongings. Neither shall I allow it. Hypocrite! It's great to see that I share a brain cell with Ryunoseki here. It's great that I share the brain cell with Ryunoseki here. Let me see. It's gonna give me. Okay, I'll talk. What happened last night? I didn't know that someone was killed in the cabin next door on this one last night. One of the crewmen told me this morning when I was eating breakfast. The man who died, he was a friend of mine. Sorry, I'm checking something real quick. Apologies. The man who died, he was a friend of mine. Oh, that's why we're trying to find out what happened. You notice anything unusual last night? Perhaps you heard a strange noise, for example. Perhaps people talking. Perhaps the ship was absorbed in a wild tempest. Perhaps its steam engine exploded. Sholmes, I'm quite certain we would know if the steam engine would have exploded, you know? Hmm. Perhaps everyone on board would have noticed if that had happened. It's great that me and Hirunesika really do share sometimes the same thought process with these things. Miss Pavlova, is there anything you can tell us? I don't know. I'm sorry, but all I could think about last night was what I had done and whether they would find me. I didn't notice anything that was happening around me. Oh, I see. But anyway, you guys are made for each other. We are the same person. You run away from your ballet company, haven't you, Miss? Haven't you? The Novavik Ballet? Yes. I am traveling to Great Britain, and from there I want to go to America. 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 I will never dance again. I want to forget everything about the ballet. I will start a new life. Ballet? I wish to forget. A challenging proposition. When you have that striking tiara as a reminder. But the tiara is mine. I need it to live. I have no money of my own. The Novavik Ballet gives us only a little food and water, and we must dance all over the world. I had to run away. I had no choice. If I stayed, it would have killed me. So you run away to protect yourself? Yes, the crew of this ship. They have all been kind to me. They let me come on board, and they said I could hide in this cabin. So they know you're here and that you are actually a woman, and that you're actually the ballerina. If that is indeed the truth, Miss Pavlova, it creates a most intriguing conundrum. Oh yeah, but that does remind me, like, if they know that she's, here, why would she need to hide the pet or anything? Like, specifically. Yes, it does. What do you think about it, Mr. Narhoda? Me? Oh, well, yes. Of course. I think we should hear Miss Pavlova's explanation. What conundrum, I'm not sure, but... Conundrum. Miss Pavlova, allow me to pose you a riddle. According to this newspaper, it was only yesterday you absconded from the ballet. Now, that being the case, it must have been last night that you boarded this vessel. However, the SS Bure stopped by no port last night. Ah, wait, when was the Shanghai? Because we did stop by there, didn't we? Ah, that's it, of course. So how is it, Bray, that you came to be? Or was the Shanghai that we are gonna is the next stop? Was that the way, actually? Was it that the Shanghai is the next stop? Uh, which way around was it? I think that was our last stop, or it's gonna be the next. Hmm. Shanghai was the previous stop. No, yeah, I was remembering that it was the previous one. So was that 2 days ago? It was like the last stop was not that long ago. I thought I remember it being like the yesterday, but it seems it was not yesterday. So was it day before? So how is it, Frey, that you come to be aboard? Or was it last? Now that I think about it, the crewman outside the cabin acted very strangely when we mentioned that. It was just after we asked him about when the occupant of this cabin came aboard. That is not your business. Yes, you're right. He did seem to be hiding something. An angel descended from the heavens, bringing grace and beauty to the stage. Sorry? What was that? This is how the Russian newspaper described one of my performances. And that is how I came here too. I descended from the heavens, because I'm an angel. That explains nothing! Considering English isn't your mother tongue, your description is very vivid. Mr. Sholmes once said, I never can resist a touch of the dramatic. It seems Miss Pavlova is the same. A genius descended from the heavens, bringing grace and beauty to detection. Words once said about myself. Nah, I think that's what you have said about yourself, and not anybody else. Quote from a wonderfully extravagant advertisement, or The Adventures of Herlock Sholmes, in fact. Yes, Mr. Showy. Anyway, it doesn't look like Miss Pavlova is going to tell us what really happened. Friend. So the friend you mentioned is inside your traveling case, is that right? I don't think animals are allowed on board according to the rules of passage. Oh, please, don't tell any of the crew. If they found my precious, then the burly Russians would bestir themselves in unison to throw you and your case overboard. No. Ah! So reassuring, Mr. Sholmes. Thanks. But what sort of pet is your friend? A little puppy? It isn't. Maybe a adorable little rabbit? Ha! You pretty Russians land with small rabbits, do you? Oh, don't they have small rabbits there then? You may well ask. I have no idea. You two are miserable bunglers when it comes to understanding the nature of young ballerina's friends. Isn't it obvious? It must be a chicken. Ah, of course! Why didn't I thought about that first? Chicken! Really? Consider the benefits. A rousing wake-up call. Daily fresh eggs. And when adversity strikes, it could satisfy the needs of sustenance. You think she would be willing to kill her friend to eat? You really think, Sholmes? So you'd eat your friend? I'll remember. I'll remember. A kitten? Well, it would appear that his friend's identity is closer guarded secret, not to be revealed. This obviously doesn't quite trust us yet. There's something I should like to show her, I think. Maybe she might be able to shed some light on it. This is a diary of my friend who passed away. His diary? Yes, and he wrote in it last night before he died something a little unusual. It reads 1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound. And then a few minutes later, 1:35 a.m. What looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. A speckled band? I don't understand. It's strange. It's strange, isn't it? But the ventilator he mentioned joins to this cabin, you see. I guess that's too how we would have heard it by now. They can't keep their mouth shut. It's up there on the wall. In other words, this cabin and the victim's cabin are connected together. Yep. Oh. Miss Pavlova? Has something occurred to you? Does the speckled band the victim mentioned mean something to you? Or the whistling sound, perhaps? What's in my mind? It is more like... No. I don't know anything. Oh? We did not get any information. Uh-oh. Excuse me, Mr. Rollo. Yes. Wow, she's fast. Captain would like to speak with you. You must come to Captain's quarters at once. Please. Alright, I will come now. What? You must leave. Now. Oh no, it's fine. Don't mind us. Yes, please don't worry yourself, Mr. Royal. Get out! Passenger said out. Or you want me to throw you out? Ugh. It looks like we'll have to leave investigating this cabin until later. What a pity. Where's Sholmes? Sholmes! And so we lost our chance. Having still not managed to investigate Miss Pavlova's cabin, we were unceremoniously chased out. That is to say, we were quite literally picked up and thrown in the passageway outside. Yeet! I wish we hadn't been thrown out like that. I wish we'd managed to find some clues as to what that speckled band might be. We didn't manage to investigate at all. And I imagine that we won't be able to for a while longer. We'll never get past the sailor carving door. Where's Sholmes? He's clearly glaring at us as if to say, don't even think about it. Oh, wait a minute. What is it? What happened to our great detective friend? Where did he go? Yeah. Where the flip did he go? Oh yes, he's completely disappeared. When did he do that? When? He slipped away as quietly as the wind, but not before ensuring these were securely back on my wrists. My man. The police soldier who was a bear. He drank beers with his fellow humans, and he also got a spy once. Got him promoted. Then spy didn't know about a bear being on base, and he got caught screaming in fear. Wait, like an actual bear? I really wish we'd had a chance to look around in Miss Pavlova's cabin. Why you look like that? You want something? Huh? Hmm? Maybe you want me to throw you out again? Huh? Oh, no. Definitely not that. Next time I have to throw you out, I show you where lobsters spend winter. Understand? I'll understand. Next up, Solstice. Ow! I bit my tongue. Solstice traded some resources for a bear cub, which then grew up with them. Safe. Maybe I should steal clear of him until he's forgotten my face. I don't think he'll ever forget your face, Narhodasan. Aw, man. That just means I'm so memorable, you know, that you could never forget. You could never forget this memorable face. It looks like they're still investigating here. Yes, on that subject, I wonder if Inspector Hosonaga is unscathed. What do you mean, unscathed? Sure, you haven't forgotten, have you, Naruhodo-san? Don't you remember what he said about allowing you out of this cabin to investigate? He was going to talk to the captain about it. He said he'd lay his life on the line for you. Oh, yeah, that. I'm sure he was Let's see what he has to say for himself. He might have some new information for us. You never know. Oh my god, he got beaten. No! Give him a hug! No, he got beaten! Somebody give him a hug! I want to give him a hug! Ah, jeez! Ah, you're back. Inspector! What happened to you? Your face is... Please, don't worry about it. They're just scratches. I highly doubt that that's a scratch, my man. Made by a bear, maybe. When I told the captain that I'd given you permission to investigate, he told me he'd pummel me with his fist and then toss me overboard. What? But pummeling was over in a flash and he must have decided against throwing me over. But it was nothing, really. It looks like he wasn't joking when he said he'd lay his life on the line if he had. Well, thanks to your efforts, we now know a little about the neighboring cabin. Yes, so I understand. Oh. Next. No! I bumped into a man claiming to be a great detective a little while ago. I think his name was something like Herlock Sholmes? I don't think he was German though. Ah, that explains it. Shall we compare notes then? We can tell you what we found out. Yes, let's do it. The cabin next door. What? Nikolina Pavlova? She's in the cabin next door? Oh, do you know who she is? Please, what self-respecting ballet fan wouldn't know that graceful age? You're a ballet fan? Oops, I think I upset him there. Well, that tells us the neighboring cabin is unrelated case at least. Oh? How? Because angels don't go around committing crimes, do they? Oops, now I'm definitely upset him. Oh no, we found another simp! Inspector, has your investigation here proved fruitful? If I'm honest, there's very little more I can do. So many simps. So many flipping simps! They're like mushrooms in the rain. They just pop out everywhere. Everywhere! Our duty is to make sure the scene isn't disturbed, ready to hand over to the Hong Kong police. So I'm just keeping watch here, trying not to take my eyes off the job. Oh, I see. Ouch was the worst. Oh, Ouchie was absolutely out. A mega simp. Ah, there is one thing. I do have a small piece of new information for you. Oh, what? Yes, do tell us, Inspector. Huh? Please. New information. What is this new information you have, Inspector? It's this. The Bureau's medical officer has finished his examination of the body. I managed to obtain the report. Oh, Kasuma's post-mortem report? Ew! Kasuma-sama. So, what was the cause of death? Damage to the cervical vertebrae is what's written in the report. His neck was broken? Yes, it would seem so. There were no obvious wounds or other signs of injury. So at first I think they were considering poison. But it turns out that they found no trace of poison in his system at all. Well, what weapon was used then? Nothing has been found as yet, but the fact that there are no signs of a wound suggests it may have been a blunt object, something that wouldn't leave a mark. Oh, I see. All the body's nerves run through a spine to the brain. A strong enough impact to the neck could induce death. It is a possibility, and no obvious wound would be left. For Kazuma. I have a second copy of the report. If it might be useful, you're welcome to have it. Really? Are you sure? Yes, it's fine. I trust you. Somebody trusts me! After all, if I didn't trust you, I'd never have agreed to you leaving this cabin in the first place, would I? Ah. The post-mortem report has been entered into the court record. Show me, is there any other interesting information? Victim, male, Far Eastern. Time of death, sometime between 1 a.m. and a little past 2 a.m. Cause of death, damage to the cervical vertebrae resulting in instant death. Wait. The victim's neck was almost certainly broken as a result of a strong blow to the area. No obvious external injuries or traces of poison. Resulting in instant death. Like I said, we know that Kazuma most likely did not write, the Russian word for wardrobe. But that proves that he certainly could not have written this. If this was supposed to be written in his dying moments. If that blow was supposed to be an instant death. I don't think in an instant death you could write your dying message. Instead, no blood. Well, because it was to the back of the neck. Like there was no injuries. Like damage to the cervical vertebrae resulting in instant death. The victim's neck was almost certainly broken as a result of a strong blow to the area. No obvious external injuries or traces of poison. It do be like the neck area is really sensitive with humans. Like there is a reason why, let's say there is like car collision or something, You always have to be careful with the neck. Like if somebody has hit their head or their neck at something, you have to always make certain because so many nerves and everything go through the neck. Or through the back of the spine. But the neck area is still like very vulnerable. Oh, Mr. Sholmes was here, was he? Yes, he seemed to be enjoying himself a little too much as he crept about on the floor investigating. But then he suddenly left. I suppose he must have become bored. Did he say anything at all? Actually, now you mention it, yes. It's just one thing, but he practically shouted it. It's shoe polish! That was all he said. Shoe polish? I wonder what he meant. It was when he was over there by the piece of broken glass, do you see? That is a shoe polish. Ah, perhaps he was talking about this brick-colored mark, do you think? Ah, yes, that must be it. Hello. When were you, Dad? Hello. How am I? Dying because of heat. But enjoying the game. But how could Mr. Sholmes know that it's shoe polish? That leaves me cold, I'm afraid. I have no idea. What is it, Susato-san? Well, Kazuma-sama was wearing leather shoes with very dark tan hue. Dark tan? A sort of dark brownish red tan? Yes, a little like the color of red wine, but dark. I often repaired them for him. Oh, does this mean that this mark was made by polish of Kazuma's shoes as they scuffed on the floor? The mark on the floor has been entered in the court record. That's really all I can tell you at this stage. I should return to my post. My fellow crewman's eyes are boring in the back of my head. Well, yes, that might be for the best. Thank you. Man, I feel so bad for my man Hosonaga here. Like, oh, goodness. Up here. Bye-bye, Mr. Well, thanks for stopping by, Benuri. Poor Inspector, you look exhausted. Oh, no, well. I feel terrible that I failed to protect Asoki-san. It was my responsibility. Oh, I want to give him a hug. Of course, my pain is nothing compared to yours. You were his friends. The truth is, I seem to have had a heavy head ever since I woke this morning. A heavy head? That's interesting. My head's still dropping too. This ventilator joins the Miss Pavlova's cabin. Yes, that's right. And just a few minutes before he died, Kazuma saw something emerging from it. A speckled band as he described it. If only Miss Pavlova had been able to shed some light on it, but she seemed as baffled as we are. Yes, I wonder if she's telling us everything though. I'm not sure. I know most people aboard would say the same about me, but there was something about that woman that didn't sit right with me. This is where Kazuma spent his final moments writing in his diary. I can hear wind whistling sound. What looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. Look at his writing here on this page. It's almost impossible to believe that he's gone. Kazuma-sama left us a valuable clue in these words, I'm sure. We have to solve this mystery, Naruhodo-san. We will! We will! So it's clear that these letters were written in the ink that was somehow spilled on the floor. They spilled the Russian word for wardrobe. There seemed to be an unambiguous pointer to you, Naruhodo-san, as you were sleeping there. But to truly be unambiguous, it should have just spelled out my name, don't you think? Well, either way, one fact remains. It's hard to imagine that Kazuma-sama would have written his last words, or were, in Russian. Which begs the question of who did write? It really is such a beautiful color, this glass. It looks like whatever it has broken clean. It looks like whatever it was has broken clean in two. But the other half is nowhere to be seen. And then there's the brick-colored mark, which is shoe polish according to the great detective you seem to know all about. All about you, all about you. I suppose it must be from Kazuma-sama's shoes. Maybe, but what I'd like to know is, how can the detective be so certain that it's shoe polish and not something else? Because he's a great detective, of course. That's hardly a reason, is it? Ah, great, yes. All the books are provided for passengers occupying this cabin neatly arranged shelf. They were all over the place when we first looked around, if you remember. Oh yes, and you tidied them up, didn't you? You have to look after the ship's property. Unruly behavior in the cabins leads to damage. But it really wasn't me who knocked them over. Well, anyway, I feel much better now they're neatly lined. I can relax when things are untidy. The rules of passage from travel port as spray. Passenger must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. So by bringing her pet on board, Miss Pavlova has broken the rules. She called it her friend, didn't she? Yes, although we don't know what form this friend takes as yet. I'm almost certain that whatever it is, it's inside the traveling case in her cabin. A friend. There's more to this than it seems. You! Where did you go? Oh, sorry, I just went to the next door cabin to investigate. Why? Who gave you permission for this? Well, I mean, Seaman Hosonaga did. That new Japanese was it? Later, I will roll him into a ball and throw him in a cold room. No! He's gone back to guarding the door. I hope Inspector Hosonaga doesn't find himself in too much trouble on our account. He's really gone out of his way to help us, hasn't he? When we get back to Japan, we'll have to take him for a steak at La Carnival. That could be a very long time from now, Naruhodo-san. True that. I checked everything in here. It seems like I have. And it seems I was supposed to come here. Because this doesn't appear unless something like, how to say, like if I had checked everything here and I went to the next cabin and I came back here, if there was nothing like new going on on or like story continuing, this wouldn't appear. Ah! Look, Naruhodo-san. Seaman Stroganov has gone. Strong enough? The burly Russian sailor who's always crossing his arms and glaring at us. Ah, all these Russian names are impossible to remember. La 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 la. La 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 la. Did you hear that? It sounded like someone singing. Oh no, Sholmes. La 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 la. Literally. I did it. I did it the great detective way. Oh no! This caroling. I know that lark-like voice. Well, never mind that now. It's a golden opportunity for us. Yes, you're right. We must seize it. Let's get inside Miss Pavlova's cabin while we can and investigate. Definitely. Before that stringy nut crewman comes back. It's Stroganov, not stringy nut. So is Sherlock, not Sherlock, Sholmes already here. Herlock. Miss Pavlova isn't back yet. But suddenly there is some clothes in there. In the wardrobe. And the suitcase is open. Susan, oh, where is she gone? Hey, what are you doing? Those are her private things. There's another moment to waste, Naruhodo-san. We must investigate as quickly as we can. I suppose you're right, for Kazuma's sake. Not just for Kazuma-sama. What do you mean? It can't be long now until we arrive at port in Hong Kong. I don't want you to be in those handcuffs when we get there. Really? She took something. Not my eyes. She was just looking at her book that she carries around. As far as I saw anything, it was just her book. We must solve this case, Naruhodo-san. By ourselves if we have to. Yes, we will. Oh my, Miss Pavlova's case is open. It's completely empty inside, but according to the great detective's great deduction, she was hiding her special friend in there. Yes, a friend that she had to keep a secret. Because you're not allowed to bring animals aboard as a spray. I wonder what kind of animals she had in there. And more to the point, where is it now? All the books have doubled over together. Look, every single one. Do you think it's a part of the sea, perhaps? He's doubled too, though. It's exactly the same as the bookcase next door, in Kazuma's cabin. Perhaps Miss Pavlova was practicing a difficult ballet pose and fell against bookcase. I don't know, would she really be practicing ballet on the same night she ran away from her ballet company? Alright then. It must have been you. You lost your temper and knocked them all over and hit the bridge. Enough flipping another cabin! Not everything bad that happens on the ship is because of me, you know. Well, anyway, I'll set them all straight again in here too. I don't like seeing things in disorder. Hey, that could be evidence! Man, this... Susato, you have not ever heard that. Do not touch the things in crime scene. Herlock Sholmes, 34. Satoru Hosonaga, 29. Leif Stroganov, 37. Grimsby Royal, Meister, but Nikolina Pavlova is 50. I wonder what silly saucer is doing on the floor. It doesn't look like it's been dropped, more like it was put there deliberately. Do you think Do you think there could be a leak in the roof just above here? What? A leak? Is this ship quite safe? I'm sure that even if there's a little leak in the roof, it doesn't mean the whole ship is going to sink. Can call it. Well, like I said, these are usually like puns or like the names are supposed to be something else. So you deduce that it was that. No, you're right. Of course you're right. She's really trying to persuade herself, isn't she? There are just few books on the desk, nothing else by the looks of it. Well, Miss Pavlova ran away from the ballet last night. She's hardly occupied in the cabin for any time at all. That's true. I wonder what kind of books she likes to read. Let me see. Yes, I see. It would seem that Miss Pavlova enjoys reading books written in Russian. Great deduction skills you have too. Thanks. I think I probably already knew that. It's rude to ask too much of people, Naruhodo-san. Kindly remember that. You could have just said that you don't know. But this ventilator connects to Kasuma's cabin next door. Yes, although what a fool a shipbuilder must be to open a ventilator into another room. Maybe. So that if there's a gas leak next door, the occupant on this cabin would notice and raise the alarm. Or the occupant of both cabins would die of gas poisoning. That is a possibility. Anyway, last night, Kasuma wrote that he saw a speckled band coming out of this ventilator. Naruhodo-san, are you there? Sorry? I'm right here, yes. Why? Oh, good. I thought you might have climbed into the wardrobe when I wasn't looking. There's no place like It's not my home! It's not my home! Believe me, I don't have some strange compulsion to jump inside every wardrobe I see, you know? Well, anyway, I'm not sure anyone could fit inside this one. It's full of beautiful outfits. I suppose they're all staged costumes. I was rather hoping we might find Miss Pavlova's friend hiding there, but no such luck. No, I don't think Ryunosuke here has that compulsion. There's one of these next to the bed in Kasuma's cabin too. There's a bell cord. I can't resist. She barely hesitated there, and she gave it a good tug too. We're supposed to be here in secret, woman. No, I didn't actually expect anyone to. We don't want them to. We're trying to investigate in secret. I suppose every cabin has a waste paper basket. Shall we have a little look and see what's been thrown away? Naruhodo-san! It's poor etiquette to go sifting through someone's rubbish, you know. We are trying to solve a murder here, woman. Those eyes. She's looking at me like I'm a piece of rubbish now. However, these are special circumstances, I think. You think? Exactly. We have no choice. There's hardly anything in here at all. Oh, well, that's a little disappointing. Ah yes, they're displaying this cabin too, look. The accessories, passenger rules. Passenger must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Beds are also strictly forbidden. I suppose Miss Pavlova realized that she needed to keep the contents of her case a secret after she read this. Her special friend, I mean. I wonder where her friend has disappeared now. It's probably having fun exploring the ship, I imagine. I just hope Seaman Stroganoff doesn't find it and throw it overboard. Oh, yeah. So do I. This cabin door has the same simple sort of bolted latch that our cabin door has. If the bolt's drawn across, there's no way anybody could enter the cabin from the outside. Yes, it's not particularly heavy-duty bolt, is it? But still, it wouldn't slide across on its own accord, would it? No, and the door is made of metal, so there's no chance of trigger using magnet to unbolt from the outside. Oh! Oh, but there might be! There might be one trigger! Oh! The puzzle pieces are coming together. The puzzle pieces are coming together. There actually might be a trick to it. And it seals up perfectly too, to stop any seawater coming in. So you couldn't use it. Use the method you told me of. You told me of a passing thread through a crack around the closed door either. I seem to know a lot of tricks for opening doors. I'm starting to see why they suspect me. Anything else in here? It would seem this teapot is empty. So the natural conclusion is that the Russians are very thirsty people. Or because Miss Buffalo only came into this cabin last night, she hadn't had a chance to make any tea yet. I mean, it could be either one of them, you know. It's definitely that they're excessively thirsty. I'd lay 1,000 to 1 on it. You're rather obstinate, aren't you, Naruhodo-san? Spite and stubbornness do be the way, you know. Okay, now explored. At least I'm not getting any new exclamation marks. Neither have I gotten any new evidence. So that is not interesting at all. Oh, okay. What do I know? Oh, it's Mr. Sholmes. Look! Now you never know where he's going to turn up next, do you? He seems to be stealing a look at something as he sings to himself. I did it the great detective way. He's still singing. Do you think he hasn't noticed us? Or he's simply in extremely high spirits? Yes, there were times I'm sure you knew. When the are a bit of more than it could chew. And through it all, when there was doubt, it's like Herlock was about. Bless you, thank you. Excuse me. I solved it all and I stood tall. I did it great detective way. Mr. Sholmes! What is it? You want to fight? You want to fight? Get me! Come on! Put up your dukes! Put up your dukes! Fight! It's a fight you want! Honestly, interrupting a fellow when he's singing. I was just about to reach the climatic finish. Sorry, I thought you were never going to stop, so I figured now is a good time as any. I very near dropped you to the floor with one of my famous right hooks. Alright, I get the picture. Now could you put those fists away? Wait, by the way, I did check like Herlock's and Barok's heights. What is Ryunosuke's height in this game? How tall is he? Oh, he's almost like around my height. He's a little bit taller, but not quite that much. I can almost like look Ryunosuke eye to eye. He's like 4 centimeters higher than me. Probably 5'8"? No, he's 5'6". 468 centimeters. ...168 centimeters. Mr. Sholmes, you seem to be examining something before we interrupt you. Ah, yes, that. I was immersed in study of ship's law. Ship's law, as penned by the stockily built crewman who's usually on guard here. Oh yes, the ship's log. Is the average for Japanese guy? I think it's around average. Yes. At least around. AI overview. Ryuno's narrowhead from Great Ace Attorney. While this is average height for a Japanese man of this time period. He often appears shorter in comparison to the other characters in game who are significantly taller. But yes, they are British. But it do be like, at least in Japan, the like average height are like lower than like let's say like in Europe compared to. I don't know what's the today days and age for a Japanese man average height, but I would assume it's not either that much taller or, well, I would doubt it's shorter. Below. I don't understand what freedom units I don't defeat, and those don't mean anything to me. The average height for men in Japan is approximately 170 centimeters. So yeah, it's around. So Ryunosuke would be around the average. So in feet it would be 5 feet 5 feet 7, the average Japanese male. And did you find out anything useful from it? Well, after 2 a.m. this morning, the majority of the entries are blank. Which means that there was nothing to report. Nothing of note happened, so... You truly are a student from the land of the rising sun. You've been utterly blinded by it. Sorry? Your logic, my boy. Ooh, fighting words. So you guys have been comparing, huh? Your logic, my boy, is inverted. Whatever do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? Observe the other pages and all shall become clear. It would seem the same crewman oft stands sentry in this first-class passageway. And he has an almost religious practice of recording nothing to report every half hour. I'm very self-conscious about my height. Why is there anything to be self-conscious about? Wait, if you're 5'11", so you're around 180 centimeters. If you're high, like I said, I do not understand the feet. I don't understand feet, like measurement. An average guy wanna be a dwarf. What's the average men height in Finland? Because I think the average height for men in Finland is 5 feet 11 inches or 180 centimeters. That's the average. And imagine how cool the world would be if you were a dwarf. Depends. If I think I'm just almost exact average in female height in Finland. The average height from women in Finland is approximately 5 feet 5, I think. So 166 centimeters. It's nice and dumb, but to me, like that, what 180 centimeters is already a tall person. Oh, he writes that in every 30 minutes. Nothing to report. Precisely. Put simply, the seaman writes nothing to report when there is just that. And yet, the ship's log from last night is largely plain. He didn't even write nothing to report. All has been surrounded by Polkas of one day, Japan or an Asian country. It's a low average. Business source for average. It's an average! So people are... I'm quite the opposite. I'm like, usually my female friends are like shorter than me, or the females around me are shorter than I. So I'm like, hello, people from under there. Small hobbits. I just said I'm an average height. Somehow I just find friends that are shorter. Everyone wants to be above average height. Well, cryptic here is, I think, a little bit taller than the average. If what you said is correct yesterday, cryptic, then yeah, you do be the tallest here. Do you mean? Yes, there were circumstances afoot last night, which led to the seaman being absent from his post. What kind of circumstances? What happened? It remains a mystery for now, but we can be sure something significant took place. So significant that it caused the seaman to forget his regular habit of scribing nothing to report in the log. There are important details. I will stake my life on it. You must log the ship's log in your mental file. The ship's log has been entered into the portrait. Now that deduction was worthy of great detective. But yeah, I want to be over the side. Isn't that like the classic, like, people who are average or shorter want to be taller, and the ones that are actually taller will be like, man, I wish I was a little bit shorter. Sounds about right. Yeah, that is how usually it goes. I feel like Sholmes will be analyzed. Oh, we will see like Sholmes almost in every episode. You know, we are gonna see a lot of Sholmes. At some points, more than the others. Honestly, I don't care. Honestly, with height stuff, I do say I'm attracted to people who are taller than me. But some people think immediately like, oh, so you would never go for a short guy, for a short king. I'm like, no, I could if they have a wonderful personality. It's not like a deal breaker. To some women, I think the height is a deal breaker, which I don't understand. I never understood that. Like, yeah, like it's a plus if you're taller than me, but is it a deal breaker if the guy would be shorter than I? Absolutely not. Because I have heard like some women be like, even if they were a perfect man, if they are shorter, it's a deal breaker. I'm like, why? Respect the short kings, okay? Like, I do say I haven't met that many guys that are shorter than me in my life. But I know that they do exist. But I haven't, like, met that many. Or at least that were, like, significantly smaller than I. Man, this reminds me of, like, this one school situation where I was trying to get some food. And these two guys who I think were around 2 meters, both of them, surrounded me. That was the moment that I, like I said, I'm average in female height and not, you know, when I was at that school, like, there weren't that many guys that were yet, you know, tall. But that moment when I was surrounded by the two guys who were, like, 2 meters, I was like, oh, is this how my friends feel with normal people? Like, this is scary. I'm like, oh, is this how my friends feel when they see, like, the average guy? Oh! Oh my! Jeez Louise. New perspective in this world. very open about needing the height of fun we will know to avoid with that red flag. That is true. That is very much true. I don't know. To me, it always has been a tiny bit of a like red flag if a person is like, how to say, because you have like like some things that are attractive to you that some other people like, then you will not be attracted to anything else but those. I'm like, no. I have never understood that point when people do that argument of like, so if you're attracted to brunettes, that means that you would never date a like a blonde person. I'm like, no. I don't understand that like mind process. You know, that if you're attracted to, like I said, like a brunettes, you could never be attracted to blondes. So like, how? It's an attractive feature. It doesn't mean that it's ever a deal breaker if somebody doesn't have some. I don't. Dragon, I think it's the hunt. The game Hunt. I wish I was 120 cent. I think that is quite below the average height. Quite bit. I think at that point you would have stunted growth. I think. You're starting to understand what my way is. I see. What makes Sholmes? Brilliance! Oh, ouch! What is it? Are you hurt? Oh, don't worry yourself. I seem to be afflicted with a dropping head this morning for some reason. Nothing more. That do be a shared, how to say, affliction. Is anybody, like, are people putting some puzzle pieces together in their own time here? While following along to the story? Well, my friends, until our next encounter. He's still singing to himself. I can hear it as he wanders off down the passageway. Is something wrong, Susato-san? You seem lost in thought. It's just... well, I feel the same. Sorry? Ever since I woke this morning, I've had something of a headache. Oh, I know now. Do you? I'm starting to remember, so like I will not get spoiled. I'm starting to remember like some details of this. Putting things together like, oh yeah. Yeah. There are some hints. Ever since I woke this morning, I've had something of a headache. A sort of continuous throbbing. Oh, you too? Very interesting. Ding-a-ling-a-ling. Oh! What's that? Uh-oh. Shut down the engines immediately. Vessel sighted a quarter-mile for. Full stop. Hard to starboard. All hands brace for impact. What the? I think we're about to crash into another ship. What? Oh! I can't stand. Susan, hold on to me. Ah! Susan, are you alright? Are you injured at all? I think I'm fine. Thank you, Naruhodo-san. looks like we avoided a collision. I think... Yes, the ship has come to a stop. Oh my goodness, what about you, Naruto-san? Are you hurt? No, I'm fine. Hello? Is anybody in there? Shout if you need assistance. Oh, that sounds like... Inspector Hosonaga. Is that you in there, Naruto-san? Unbolt the door, quickly. What? Bolt? Uh-huh. Look at that. The door's bolted. You were right about Blue, about the bolt stuff. There are a couple of things that I can say, that are not quite correct with your deduction. But there is like right element on it. There is a right element on it, like the bolts. Did you do that, Suda-san? No, I didn't touch it. Well, that's strange. How did... And look at all the books. They're just like they were before again. Naruto-san, aren't you going to open the door and let the inspector in? Give me a moment. I'd better tidy this place up first. Our violent emergency stop has solved one mystery at least, in a very vivid way. But I knew that what awaited us on the other side of the cabin door would not be pleasant. I hurried around tidying up the cabin with a new sense of foreboding in my heart. To be continued. It's Sholmes in the picture. Miss Pavlova's cap. Somehow, the door to the cabin we were in ended up bolted after we made an emergency stop. Susato-san took a deep breath and gently slipped back the bolt. Uh-oh. What are you doing in Miss Pavlova's quarters? Ah, you both look unhurt. Good. Yes, we're fine, thank you. What on earth happened? We heard something about how we were going to collide with another ship. Yes, it appears to have been a false report, though. Oh? How did that happen? There's a dense fog outside, so it's extremely difficult to see. Someone must have thought the ship... He saw us... Must have thought he saw a ship ahead. This person obviously triggered the alarm, and that's why we made an emergency stop. Everything is chaos. Passengers are screaming. Crew are running everywhere. This first class area is the only quiet part of the ship at the moment. Oh my. Oh, I see. Someone triggered the alarm? Does that mean someone pressed that button outside? The big button. Ah, you wicked intruder. Dressed all in black. You're the devil. Ah. Sorry, me? I've been called a lot of things before, but devil is a first. You opened my traveling case. How could you? Huh? No, we didn't touch it. That's right, Miss Pavlova. It was already open when we came into your cabin. Inspector. Yes? Arrest this man. I know he did it. He's a criminal. It is not enough that he has killed a man. Yeah, and he's now stowaway as well. Wixen promises not to steal chicken, do you believe? Take him away. He's a trespasser as well as everything else. Stowing away, trespassing, killing. She's right, you're a devil. It doesn't look good, does it? There is a cell below deck. Throw him in. Tomorrow we dock in Hong Kong. Then we give you straight to police. Wait, a cell? Please, Inspector Hosonaga, is there nothing you can do? It's a Russian vessel. I really have no jurisdiction here. After my last effort to appeal to the captain's good nature, I think I'm out of options. This is terrible. This is a real crisis. I've got to find a solution. Immediately. Sholmes! Help! Help, Sholmes! Red Shanava! Miss Pavlova, can I get out? Listen, I'm sorry that we snuck in here without your permission, but get out. Now. We just needed to investigate in here to help understand what happened to... it's no use. She's not going to listen. I need to find someone who will. Yes, all my focus on the task at hand. Just investigating. Don't touch my things. You want to show you... You want me to show you where crowfish hibernate? God! Woman! Ow! Mr. Narrowhead, what do you think you're doing? Wow, everyone's attacking me, and I was just starting to think she was my friend. Isn't there anyone who can help me out of this mess? Spider-Man. Spider-Man. Who does whatever Spider-Man wants. Sholmes! Help! Help me! What are you doing up there? Why do you have that? That on your head? Mr. Sholmes! How could you? You could break that off, you know. It's not meant for a adult man's weight. He's a princess. He's a pretty princess now. Naturally, I was analyzing what a weight of 20,000 rubles feels like on one's head. Have I not told you that as a detective, it is my business to know what other people do not? This isn't the mere tomfoolery, my boy. Oh, no. Well, why are you hanging from that hook before then? Isn't it obvious? To properly assess the weight of the 20,000 rubles. Naturally. But that's the value of the, you know, the flipping crown. Not the weight. I wish to determine if it would bend that conceited looking hook on the wall, so full of brag and bones. And here we have Mr. Genius. We're in safe hands here, okay? We're in safe hands. This guy is our hero and savior. This guy is our hero and savior. I never know whether to take this mess seriously or not. Ah, you again. A great detective. Ah, Inspector. I confess I've been looking for you. I have something to report to you most urgently. Well, you might try looking for me somewhere other than a hook on the wall next time. Our savior? We are so cooked. We are, aren't we? What is to report? Speak! An urgent report from a great detective can mean but one thing. Yes. Case of curious murder that took place last night. Here on this vessel. The steamship has been solved. By me, naturally. What? Really? Who's starting to sound nice? Mr. Russian crewmate. Can you just point me to the blank, you know? You can just point me to the blank. I'll walk. Yes, I've eliminated all other possibilities. No other explanation exists. Oh no, not another deduction. No, another deduction. No! Not another dance! Dance of deduction. Dance of seduction. So, allow me to illuminate all your minds. For I am about to reveal my great detective's greatly admired great deduction to the case. Ah, nuts. Just solved it. Even Hedgehog understands this bit. We all knew who was responsible for killing student boy this morning when we found criminal in wardrobe. It is this stowaway, and he has handcuffs to prove it. I didn't do it though. The trouble is, there doesn't appear to be anyone else who could have killed the victim. Because as everyone knows, the cabin door was bolted shut from the inside. Aha! But what if it wasn't? That means the culprit must be someone who was inside the cabin. Yes, it was called a locked room mystery in detective stories. Yeah, locked room. That is point. The room was locked. Well, I can deny that. There's no way the bolt could have thrown across from outside the cabin. We arrested this man, thus he's the criminal whereas indeed. You're all quite mistaken. The cabin next door is not so-called locked room at all. What? That you people. Oh yes, there is another entrance. An entrance used last night by the culprit in order to gain access to the cabin despite the bolted door. What other entrance? We never discovered one. Why, it gapes one open-mouthed at you even as we speak. The ventilator, man. Ventilator! You think this is funny? I cannot even put my arm through that hole. That's because your arms are as thick as tree trunks. You're suggesting that the culprit entered and left the victim's cabin through that tiny opening? It's not possible. Ah, but it is. Last night, the victim even witnessed the intruder in the act of passing through the ventilator. Mr. Sholmes, do you mean... Are you referring to the words Kazuma-sama wrote in his diary? 123, I can hear a faint whistling sound. What looks like some sort of speckled band dangling from the ventilator grill. Yes, precisely, my dear madam. What does it mean? What is this speckled band? The answer to that particular conundrum is in this very cap. Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing? There's a distinct element of danger, but fear not, I am ready. What I am about to expose for you all to see will shock you to your bones. Behold! Yeah! Ah! What the? Snake! Allow me to introduce you all to the band. The speckled band. Snake! Indubitably. You guys did not guess correctly. About the friend. Mr. Sholmes, just one thing. Ray, what troubles you? Well, that snake isn't really speckled, is it? It looks more stripy, wouldn't you say? Hmm? Yes, you're right. I think in this case you'd have to call it striped man. Eat snake. No, you cannot eat the snake. It's a friend. We do not eat friends. You both see and observe the distinction. However, do you not think it is precisely the trap within the culprit wishes you to fall? Guys, I'm gonna take a small itty break so I can get more to drink. Then I'll come back and hopefully we will get to finish this. So I'm gonna put you guys into the break scene for a moment. The more things, good idea. Yeah, I require it, especially because so much talking and it's so hot in this room, you know. So yeah, see you guys real soon. Get yourself some drinks or snacks or anything you need. See you soon. Ugh, back. God, the heat. This heat is not for me, I do tell. I didn't sleep last night, like, because of this. Well, I did get a couple of hours. I fell asleep after like 5 a.m. and I woke up around 8 a.m. Like, God. And I didn't even get like respite in the flipping sleep from this heat. Because even in the dream I was sweating. Even in dream it was hot. I hate. Do you not think that this procedure is trap? Oh my goodness, really? It's trap? How exactly? Yes, you want to sleep schedule. Believe me, I did not want it to be like that. But this heat doesn't let me sleep. I'm just glued to my flipping bed sheets and I cannot do anything. It's just so uncomfortable. I think perhaps it is time to explain the intricacies of my train of thought. By the way, you know how I've been joking about the, like, Sholmes here and Ryunosuke being dancing, doing deductions together, you know. Hint, hint, nudge, nudge. There is another joke that can be added, but that's later on, and I will not say it because that counts as a spoiler. There is something to add to that joke, you know. Hint, hint, nudge, nudge. Nudge away, you know. I think perhaps it is time I explain the intricacies of my brain of thought. Ah, nuts. Are you ready, Miss Pavlova? You just got us curious. Just not let us know you even. Aha, you have to come back to see it. Come on, I have to throw some hooks that you will come back to this series. I'm sorry for the young man who died, but that is all. This death is nothing to do with me. This whole thing is nothing to do with me. There are two conclusions I have drawn from the fact. No, I don't want this out. Stubborn spite. Are you telling me you don't want to meet Barok? Wait, did Kazuma die because he broke his neck when he fell? Wasn't it said that it was from blunt force trauma? I'd assume that kind of injury wouldn't come from, you know, falling. Damage to the cerebral vertebrae resulting in instant death. The victim's neck was almost certainly broken as a result of a strong blow to the area. The back of the neck and hip. The problem would be like if, let's say, it was from falling down. Certainly he wouldn't fall this way and break the back of his neck, you know. And the writing and everything else. There are two conclusions I have drawn from the facts. Number one, last night your friend infiltrated the victim's cabin. And number two, that same friend was responsible for the victim losing his life. Sholmes, are you trying to claim that the snake is venomous? No. It's turned as white as a bowl of rice again. Sholmes must be right. She hit the nail on the head. This young woman's friend killed Mr. Asagi? Wait. Cannot be true because no obvious external injuries or traces of poison. It looks like he can't speak with that snake coil around his head. I would advise as little movement as possible, Seaman. You wouldn't want that fangs on that long friend in your neck. So everyone, let us begin. Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. Ah, nuts. Here we go again. Ah, bleep. Here we go again. Game is afoot. Intruder's identity. Snake. Sholmes. Come on, he's supposed to be saving us with his quote-unquote deductions. But I have to fill in. Miss Pavlova, moments ago you claimed the following. His death is nothing to do with me. This whole thing is nothing to do with me. You cannot deceive yourself. Yes, when you recall those horrid events, your aching heart smarts with pain. Wasn't she looking at her arm? Not her heart. And it is that very pain that evidences your inextricable link to the victim's death. So we ask, what was the nature of this intruder that stole in the victim's cabin on the portentous night? Heh. Why, Sholmes, do you have to use these kind of fancy words? Why, naturally, it was the friend with which you boarded this vessel, was it not? Ah, as I suspect, another telltale glance. Without doubt, your friend is the writing servant we received for us. Maybe it's not. And yet, that fact leaves us in a quandary. The victim's written observation on the night is in question of speckled man. Whereas regrettably, specimen's markings do not fit the description in any way. What explanation can we then give Prey? What was the sight that fell upon the victim's eyes last night? No, don't look at me. This has nothing to do with any of this. Oh, but it does. She's holding something. It's just hidden behind the text box, but she's holding something. It looks like a handkerchief. Oh, Lian Lee. Monarch emotes. That got reminded me of Monarch that part of me wants to, if anybody has seen the Tangia Kirby thing, part of me wants to put that on, but at the same time, God no. God no, but at the same time, like morbid curiosity. But I would absolutely put behind a paywall. I know, God no. Because it's funny, but at the same time, God, I hate it. God, I hate it. Yes, that which you are trying, but failing to conceal, can only be the snake's slouched skin. Evidently, after this subtle and horrible crime, this most little friend of yours. You will know Wolf Cryptic. Yeah, and that do be the reason why I haven't really implemented that, because there is somebody here that takes these kind of things like a challenge. Said its original skin. No. Sholmes, you do know how snakes work. Like, yes, like the scales might change a little bit of color or stuff like that when they shed. Like, but that's like lightly, and usually it's like over time.
What?
You know yourself, Cryptic. Somebody unnamed. Somebody. Like, their name is in tip of my tongue, but yeah, I just cannot say it for some reason. I don't know what you're talking about. Was that snake your friend, or was there... I'm trying to remember, was that snake her friend, or was there like some misconception? Is unnamed name? No. Last night, through the ventilator visible in this cabin, your 10 speckled friends slithered next door. With the bell cord on the other side as a bridge, the serpent silently descended in victim's quarter. In the dim light, it appears the young gentleman who was about to lose his life as a speckled band. In summary, the nature of this friend of yours, which last night infiltrated the scene of the crime, is a rare breed of snake whose marking changes each time it sloughs its skin. No, I don't think those snakes exist. A snake so dreadful, we can only imagine it would be found in the deepest depths of India. A beloved speckled snake. I'm trying to remember. Was that snake actually her friend, or was that like, you know, like a distraction? There's some weird snake, but not the one Sholmes. Yeah. The biggest reason why I'm thinking like maybe that snake is not the friend that she had is just because she has one plate on the floor. She has the plate on the floor. Why would you have a plate on the floor unless you're like feeding somebody? And I don't think you would feed your feed your snake from a plate. You know, at least not usually. You would not do that way. Moving on, we come to the heart of the matter: the grim demise of the week. How did this young man lose his life, and why? According to the data of which I have been apprised, it would appear there were no visible signs of injury. In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by the terrible venom. No. Now, if we take that as a fact, we can reasonably imagine that there remains evidence to affirm it at the scene of the crime. Oh no, could there be? And how to say that that mark on the floor with the bell icon, I would assume that's like a, you know, like a chinga-ching bell that would be in a collar for your pet. Like from these things, I would like assume it's not actually the snake that was the friend. As an examiner of the deceased body will prove the cause of the death conclusively. The almost but not quite imperceptible puncture wounds left by venomous fangs will seal the root. Yes, the vestige of the snake butt delivered by your terrifying print. This makes no sense. Of course it doesn't make sense because it doesn't. There's no point feigning ignorance, Miss Pavlova. After the incident, you endeavored to hide everything, didn't you? But now your involuntary glance betrays the hiding place you choose. And that's the actual bit. Sorry, you hide the evidence that links you to the victim's death in the traveling case. When we first met in this cabin, it came to my attention that your case moved periodically. Which I would assume Snake would not do that kind of... You know, if snakes moves around, it would not do that kind of bouncing around. Your serpent assassin was restless inside, no doubt. You don't... It is telling that the victim made note of low whistling sound that he heard minutes before his end. That was your signal, was it not? The sound you had used to train your serpent friend. Correct, Francisca. God, this do be very awful right now. Rain? Indeed, you'd put the servant through this ventilator and wait. After a period, you'd summon it back with a whistle. You couldn't know if the animal had died due to the would listen to signs of life next door. If the victim appeared to have not been dispatched, you release the snake once more. But Kazuma heard the, the whistling sound before he saw the speckled, you know. We deny the snake has undergone such training. It's not true. Having slittered through the ventilator and down the bell cord, the creature needed only to sink its fang in once. God, this is a long explanation. And its venom would course through the victim's vein, ending his existence forever. Even though we look at the post-mortem and there was no venom. That is the true nature of the speckled fan that took the poor young man's life. Ordinary is more lethal than the humans. Because they are the important part, you know. Make me no doubt, my logic is infallible. Hit by venomous snakes, but... That concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of speckled fan. Does anybody have a frying pan that I can just bonk him? Not enough that, you know, does any permanent damage, but... in a way that he will feel that. At least for a couple of hours. It's a quick bonk. A sledgehammer count. I think sledgehammer would do the, you know, the permanent damage that I did not want. Miss Pavlova has trained her pet snake as a killing machine. There on the floor you will observe a saucer of milk. The promise of food is the key to training any creature. He's a brilliant idiot, you know. This is the greatest of the showcases of the, you know, when people usually the like super smart people are one of the stupidest ones. Will of wrecking ball work is still once again permanent damage on that one. No permanent damage. There on the floor you will observe incredible. You've solved the mystery. God no. Amazing, your great deduction really lives up to its name. I see now why Herlock Sholmes has become such a household name. But that is my dear man, it was nothing remarkable. As the Russians say, I could have done it with one left hand. Can I venture an opinion, Mr. Sholmes? But of course, what's on your mind? It's just about your reaction before. Some things don't quite make sense to me. I welcome questions as my method, and will answer both loudly and proudly. Oh well, good. First of all, let me take the whole list. Snakes are egg-laying creatures, part of the reptile family. You are well informed, madam. Oh, and reptiles don't drink milk. Yep. It's really only mammals that like to drink milk, you see. So, I'm not sure it would be possible to train a snake using milk as a reward. No matter. No doubt Miss Pavlova used some other treat to encourage her pet to do her bidding. Milk was merely an example. Logic holds. Well, there is something else. Snakes have no ears. Yes, so I'm not sure it would really be possible to signal a snake by whistling. But madam, what of the tales from Arabia? Have you not heard of snakes that dances to the sound of flute? I think perhaps the performers play their music in time with the snake's natural move. Oh, I see. No hands, no feet, no ears. These creatures are so inept as to be practically useless. Don't take it out on the snakes, Mr. Sholmes. There is one other thing. You have more? Snakes use the scales of their bellies to propel themselves. So, I'm not really sure that snake could manage to climb up a flat bellcore like the ones in these cabins. And it should try hard. Just do it! Make your dreams come true! Please, don't be angry with me, Mr. Sholmes. The point is, even if the snake had gone through the ventilator to the next door cabin, it couldn't have come back without help. What I'm trying to say is that there are a number of reasons why it's difficult to imagine the snake would have had a part in this. I think we need to step in and help again, Mr. Naruhodo. No! Oh no, you don't mean... Yes, we need to modify Mr. Sholmes' latest deductions and turn them into the great ones they ought to be. I had a feeling that was coming. Alright, let's give it a try. Just what I was waiting for, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, right! So, cast your eyes down to your wrist again. Huh? I'm free! You've done it again! Your handcuffs are gone! Where did they go? Fear not, I shall see they restored after our work's done. I really wish you'd leave them off. Please, man. Some people are really trying to king shame me with those chains. Please. Please no more. I have heard enough of those comments. Please, man. Now, everyone, let us begin. Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his Logic and Reasoning Spectacular. Version 2. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. Hold it. Miss Pavlova, moments ago you claimed the following. This death is nothing to do with me. This whole thing is nothing to do with me. Yet you cannot deceive yourself. Yes, when you recall those horrid events, your aching heart smarts with pain. No. She does have a pained expression on her face. Yes, that's true. It looks as though Kazuma-sama's death is weighing heavily on her mind. But you're not sure Mr. Sholmes has read her quite correctly, is that it? Could there be some other way to interpret her expression then? Let's take a moment and really look very closely at Miss Pavlova. Claw scratch. Have we put pieces together on what animal it could be, the friendo? Oh, Naruhodo-san, look! That looks like a very painful wound. It looks like a scratch made by some kind of small animal. And fairly recently, too. Well, whatever scratch her doesn't appear to be around here.
Yes!
Oh yeah, have you been enjoying that game, Cryptic? Yes, when you recall those horrid events, the claw scratch smarts with pain. Indeed, a simple observation reveals that the wound is fresh. Miss Pavlova, did you in fact receive that scratch? Sometimes last night. Ah! When I think about the young man who died next door, I feel so sad. And when I am sad, pain from this wound is worse. And it is that very pain that evidences your inextricable link to the victim's death. I went for the red hair right away. You mean Suzuka? Isn't Suzuka a little bit more, well, I guess they are counted as a red hair, you know, having like orange hair. They are technically counted as like redhead. Ginger. And it is that very pain that evidence your inextricable link to the victim's death. So we ask, what was the nature of this intruder that stole into the victim's cabin for tensions night? Why naturally? It was the friend with which you boarded this vessel, was it not? Ah, as I suspected, another telltale sign. No. Without doubt, your friend is the writing serpent we see before us. It seems likely that the scratch mark on the back of Miss Pavlova's hand was made by this friend of hers, does it? Except, snakes don't have claws, do they? No, they don't. They don't even have hands or feet on which claws might grow. Well then, that snake isn't her pet, what is? What's the true identity of this friend of hers? We should follow her case, Naruhoda-san. That's where we'll find the answer.
Yes!
Yes! Oh, it doesn't... That has to be the... Aww. Oh, did I have to, like, actually check it first? I just saw... I saw the cat in the picture, so I was like... Yes, I was pointing YouTube. No! You're quite pained by my observation. How dare you, man? That's a bold word from you, you Sholmes here. Come on, go faster! And look at what's in the neck of that cat. I'll look at the photograph in this frame. This must be something Miss Pavlova brought with her when she ran away. She's exceptionally beautiful, isn't she? Yes, that's true. But personally, it's the little black creature she's holding that's caught my eye. Maybe we'd better take a closer look at this.
Yes!
Oh wait, was actually the snake the strong man's, like sailor's partner or something? I can't remember. Without doubt, your friend is the little kitten we see before us. Yes, the scratch on the back of your hand makes it abundantly clear. Oh no. The whereabouts of this black kitten isn't clear, but what is clear is that you brought the animal with you when you ran away, didn't you? Ah. Darka is my best friend. I couldn't leave her behind. Darka would appear to be a Russian blue. And yet, that fact leaves us in a quandary. The victim's written observation of the night in question tells of speckled band. Whereas regrettably, this specimen's markings do not fit the description in any way. What explanation can we then give prey? What was this sight that fell upon the victim's eyes? Victim's eyes last night. No, don't look at me. This has nothing to do with any of this. Oh, but it does. You have the answer to this quandary, even now, hidden behind your bed. Yes, that which you are trying to, but failing to conceal. Only with Nate's Slotsky. It's not. Do you see that? She just took something out of her pocket and hid it behind her back. She'd just left it in her pocket and no one would ever have known. Oh yes, ploys like that are Mr. Sholmes' specialty. He's ever so cleverly forced her to reveal something. I thought deduction was a special. Or maybe making me believe that was a ploy too. Anyway, I find it hard to believe that that's a skin of a snake. In which case, what is Miss Pavlova hiding behind her back? No. Well, it is speckled and it is a band, but what is it? It seems to be soft and fluffy. A long piece of cloth of some sort. And that looks like a handle at one end. I think it may be a cat's toy. This sort is common in West apparently. How is that a toy for cats? Cats like to chase the band around and paw it. Kittens in particular love that sort of play. You only need to wave it in front of them and they bounce to catch it. Ah, that sounds positively adorable.
Yes!
Hapew! Yes, the thing you're trying, but failing to conceal, is cat's toy. Precisely, and the true nature of the now famous speckled band. Ah. And it was this toy that you dangled through the ventilator. You waved it around, I presume. Naturally, the victim could not fail to note. But why? For what reason? My dear boy, there can be only one answer to that. After her feline friend disappeared through the ventilator into the neighboring cabin, Miss Pavlova attempted to use the speckled cat's toy to incite the creature to return. Ah! In summary, the nature of this friend of Miss Pavlova's which last night infiltrated the scene of the crime is a blithesome Russian blue breed of a cat by the name of Dark. Meow. A truly troublesome feline, young Dark Eyes proving to be. She must be Kate's once found. You will forgive us for borrowing the photograph of your pet, Miss Pavlova. The photograph of Miss Pavlova and Dark has been entered into court. It was after I gave her food last night. That's when it happened. She scratched the back of my hand and then ran up to the bell cord. Before I could do anything, she had disappeared through the ventilator. Darkasi is so naughty. Naughty. So. Moving on, we come to the heart of the matter, the grim demise of the week. How did this young man lose his life, and why? According to the data of which I have been apprised, it would appear there were no visible signs of injury. In fact, the circumstance of the victim's death can only be explained by terrible venom. No. What Mr. Sholmes says is true, there were no signs of wound anywhere on Kazuma-sama's body. That's right. But Mr. Sholmes seems to be unaware of one very important detail. Kazuma wasn't poisoned. Yes, it seems so. Let's give him the information he's missing now.
Yes!
In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by the post-mortem report. Ah, yes, I knew it was one or the other. His neck was... Indeed, the breaking of the cervical vertebrae is fatal, only that Goliath would be strong enough to survive. Seaman Stroganov isn't some immortal freak, you know. Jury is out. Anyway, we have on good authority that the victim's neck was broken. Now, if we take that as fact, we can reasonably imagine that there remains evidence to affirm it at the scene of the crime. Oh no, could there be? Yes, an examination of the deceased body will prove the cause of death inconclusive. Nope, it's the bell. Kazuma died because his neck was broken. In other words, he was probably struck by someone. Or someone. Yes, that's a distinct possibility. As of yet, no weapon has been found, though. Presumably, Dark didn't silently creep up behind Kazuma and deal him a fatal blow. I suppose it's possible that he had fallen and hit the ground awkwardly. It could have been a terrible act of misfortune that broke his neck completely by accident. Oh yes, a bad fall could explain it. It's rather hard to believe of Kazuma-sama though. He wasn't a clumsy man. Well, we need to fix this deduction somehow. Is there anything from the scene that could explain what happened?
Yes!
Yes, an examination of the mark on the floor will prove the cause of death conclusively. This particular mark, so prominently visible next to the victim's body, is a deposit of shoe polish. Indeed, positively identified by a little analysis device I constructed, which I carry now as a method, of course. Beeswax, tallow, and dye were my results, the undeniable ingredients of shoe polish. And the color of the polish is a perfect match to the color of Miss Asaki's laced leather shoes. Looking at this mark, it's not hard to imagine what happened. For some reason, Mr. Asaki must have got his foot at that point on the floor and tripped. Nah. Please, no. By dreadful turn of misfortune caught his neck against some immovable object and has fell to the floor. Suffering a fatal blow to the spine, the victim's vertebrae shattered, and in that instant, he lost his life. Who turned him around? No! I don't know anything about this. It's pink pill from the cat color. I would say yes. I'm sorry, I swear I have been good when I follow everything very carefully. Alright, mom, yes. Condense what has been happening right now. Is that really true, Miss Pavlova? What about the evidence left at the scene where Miss Asaki lost his life? Yes, facts are as clear as day to me. You did all you could do to conceal the incriminating evidence. Now your involuntary plans betrays the hiding place you chose. You did I don't believe it. Kazuma-sama merely tripped over and he's no more. It can't be true. I refuse to accept it. I know it's hard to believe, but the mark on the floor does seem to suggest that that's what happened. But if this is part of Mr. Sholmes' deduction is right, Miss Pavlova is trying to hide some evidence that will prove it. Here in this cabin, somewhere in the direction that she cast her eyes. Where, I wonder? Let's have a good look around. The answer must be here somewhere. It's weird to use the of course. Hey, Osmanic! A great stream. I try to have a great stream. It hasn't been dropped nor hasn't it been placed. I'm starting to sound like Mr. Sholmes. From Switzerland. Ah! From Switzerland. I can only think about the Willow Beast movie. But hellos. Stop trying to sound like the great detective. Aww. I have been denied the greatness. Where Miss Pavlova hid her friend, that's right, and it wasn't a snake after all. No, it was that little kitten she calls Darka. Not that it's anywhere to be seen. It seems to have left itself out of the case and gone exploring. I expect this wrapped itself around someone's head somewhere, trying to make a new friend. Either that, or it's scratching their hand to pieces. The point is, where has it gone? Where has it... Is a waste paper basket, perhaps all the first class cabins have them? But Miss Pavlova only started occupying this cabin late night. Presumably there's not much rubbish in there yet. Oh, what's that? It's a broken piece of glass, isn't it? Yes, it is. And I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. If it looks familiar, perhaps it's more than your mind simply playing tricks on you.
Yes!
This game hasn't German anime for nostalgia. Looks good. Now that is so specific. Well, as long as it's good enough. That's right, you hid the evidence that links to the victim's death in the waste paper basket. Here we have fragment of some intricate glass object. It would seem one that has familiar air in fact. Precisely, we found another piece of broken glass on the floor in Mr. Asoki's cabin. And as you can see, the two pieces fit together perfectly. Oh no. So, Miss Pavlova, shall we consider what this tells us? Why would it be? Part of this glass object, which was evidently broken at the scene of the victim's death, should be found in the waste paper basket in your cabin. You're well acquainted with this glass spell, are you not? I don't know. In that hushed Russian accent of yours won't save you this time, kid. Why? Well, welcome back. Good job on the voice acting reading. Well, I don't know about voice acting. Sadly, I do not have. I cannot do voices. I wish I could do like character voices, but I cannot really do it. As lurking kinda and in background while I did stuff. Well, I thank you for the lurk. Because we have conclusive evidence linking you to the Belling quest. What? Take it away, Mr. Naruhodo. Aye. Yes, the evidence linking Miss Pavlova and the little glass bell. That would be...
Yes!
Yes! If you look at this photograph, you can clearly see, hanging from darkest color, a very glass bell in question. The truth has caught up with you, Miss Pavlova. The young man who lost his life last night did so after truly fall. Auspus? No. And the cause of that fateful stumble. Your absent feline friend, Darka. Because I lost a cat. He lost a cat fight. Ah, nuts. This delay for me. Thanks for the multi-stream. Hey, the multi-stream is here for, how to say, to be accessible to people. Wizard of Mountains. Le Wishard. I couldn't tell anyone. I'm sorry. Yet by tripping over a cat. Deduction complete. But we are not yet done as far as I can. Yeah, because there are still a couple of mysteries. For some reason I thought Pavlova is a dessert. Oh my god. Hey, wait, isn't it? Isn't Pavlova a dessert too? Oh! I think I understood what's the naming convention in this one. Beef stroganoff. Nikolina Pavlova. Why don't you tell us now, Miss Pavlova? Tell us exactly what happened last night. Name and dessert? Isn't that like a pavlova cake? Isn't it? Or at least something like that. Yeah, it is. Pavlova is a meringue-based dessert. Named after Russian ballerina Anna Pavlova is modern light dessert with meringue itself. Shell and soft marshmallow center all piled with a whipped cream and fresh fruit. So, like I was thinking, like Pavlova is a dessert, like that I have seen. Never eaten, but I have seen it. It was a little after 1 in the morning. It was so late that I hadn't had time to feed Dark, so I gave her some food. And then, all of a sudden, she scratched me and jumped out of my hands. People do say that cats become very anxious and nervous in new environments. She was so fast, she disappeared through the ventilator before I could stop her. And that is how you acquired the rather nasty wound on the back of your hand, I take. Yes. And I had read the rules on the wall. I knew that I was not allowed Dark with me. Yes, modern science suggests animals can carry infectious diseases. It's a precaution, really. So I listened and listened, trying to hear if there was some noise in the next cabin. It was very quiet. I was sure if someone was there, he must be sleeping. So at that point, you thought it's safe to try to lure the kitten back again by dangling the end of the toy through the ventilator and into the adjoining cabin. Darka always loves this toy, but it didn't work. Nothing worked. I tried using her favorite toy. I tried whistling to her softly, but nothing. She didn't return. So the faint whistling sound Kazuma wrote about in his diary was Miss Pavlova trying to retrieve her pet. Cats have a propensity to remain hidden in the shadows when frightened. Yes, but there was nothing else I could do. I just had to wait until she had calmed down. But then... This is doing great job setting the mood. I do say I like Great Ace Attorney's music a lot. I nearly passed out with a shock. I heard her cry out and then... Oh, it was such a dreadful bang. Then afterwards, nothing. It was totally silent. Kazuma was... From the appearance of the brown mark on the floor, it seems likely that what you heard was the victim stepping onto the glass pail and tripping up. The SS Bure is a large vessel, but even she can pitch and roll violently without warning. Yeah, but that doesn't explain the message on the floor. Mr. Asaki was already off balance as a result of the ship lurching when the kitten got under his feet. The combination of unfortunate factors could easily have caused him to fall over. But what became of the kitten afterwards? In the end, I managed to get her to come back through the ventilator. Yeah, no. Darka is nowhere to be seen. I must have forgotten to lock my case. Now she's disappeared again. Gracious, that cat is insufferably restless as I am. Well, at least he, himself... He knows himself at least, Well, he knows something about himself at least. this morning I heard that young man in the cabin next to mine had died. But I couldn't bring myself to tell anyone what had happened. If you are the same person. I'm just in such the same wavelength as Ryunosuke, which might imply that I do be as dumb as Ryunosuke about some stuff. Ah man, maybe I truly have to admit these parts of myself. Ah man. Smooth brain. I was too scared. Scared that they would send me back. Oh, hold on a minute. What about the snake? You're right. Where is it? If the snake isn't your friend, Miss Pavlova, then whose is it and where did it come from? What on earth is such a dangerous creature doing on board this ship? Oh, I didn't say. Snake is my friend. His name is Pirochko. Snake. Snake! What? Why the bonkening? That snake belongs to you? And you couldn't say that before? He escaped from gates when emergency alarm sounded. I was looking for him. I did not expect to find him in here. Yes, how did the snake get into this cabin? But animals are not permitted on board. Osmanic, thank you for the follow! Well deserved bonkening. What did I do? Give me one reason. What was the good reason for bonkening? Very empty bonkening. You'll eventually do something worth it. Just wait until we get to the barrack. Then I can unleash the full degenerate side of me, okay? then I'll unleash that side. Animals are not permitted on board. We are at sea for 1 year. You want to be so long without close friend? Without someone who understands? Couldn't you find someone a little more human? Who understands you better? My dear burly fellow. A gargantuan venomous snake? Surely you can appreciate the danger you're putting everyone in. It's not venomous, most likely. No venom. Roscoe does not have venom. He's harmless, very long, but very gentle. He's adorable, like Granny. It's venomless? Yes. Now he's hungry, so he's in bad mood. But once I feed him, you will see a big smile. Some kind of minor report situation. And you feed him what? Milk, I suppose? Ah, like they say they milk chickens? Ridiculous. Snakes that drink milk are only in stupid stories. Pirochko eats mouses. Big, fat, round mouses. Ah, oh, so is that what the mousetrap in the passageway out there is for? Of course. How else can I get my friend's favorite food? Nothing says top of the food chain like the look in their eyes right now. It refuses to drink milk. It can't hear a whistle. It can't climb a bell cord. And it's not even venomous. How? It's something so inept to land a starring role. It's not my fault. I do not make up stories. My Pirochko has nothing to do with this incident. So that's what happened. That's the root behind my best friend's tragic death. Nah, no. Certainly not the complete truth. Miss Pavlova? I understand the difficult situation you found yourself in, and I do sympathize. But please remember this. A young man lost his life. If you are going to attempt to cover up your guilt with lies, then And no matter what the circumstances, I cannot forgive you. What? What are you talking about, Miss Mikoto? What lies? Miss Pavlova just confessed everything. Yeah, but there are still inconsistencies. Why was the door locked? How did she get the bell? If let's say, like, her kitten came back as she claims, how was the, like, one of those, that bell part? Like, how did she get one of them back? Why was there a message in Russian, like in a Russian language, where Asaki was, and such things? Like, they ain't making sense. This message make no sense. Once again, especially because if we look at Kazuma's finger in here, that is not ink stain. So he did not write that, first and foremost. Secondly, most likely he did not know any Russian. The door, the everything. It was a series of unfortunate events. An accident, I tell you. Why will join on that room? I'm no great detective like Mr. Sholmes. I don't have a gift for knowing the truth. But even I can see that was not the truth. Don't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? To be perfectly honest, yes. There is a discrepancy in Miss Pavlova's story, I'm sure. I just can't quite put my finger on it. I confess, I was intending to let Scotland Yard deal with any outstanding issues on this matter. Oh. I am only present here for a very specific reason. The truth is, you, Mr. Naruhodo, are simply a distraction. Ow! My heart! So me being in trouble and me being accused of my best friend's death is only a mere distraction to you. Thanks, man. Love you, man. A distraction. I do hope you've not been finding your shackles too uncomfortable. And back, please. Not again. When did he do that? Especially as they're not on your wrist as a result of my intervention. I was rather hoping I could resolve matters before we made our next port. You were, Mr. Sholmes? Yes, but I overlooked one important detail. The deceased young man was a very close companion of yours. Was he not? Yes. Kazuma was my closest friend. I owed him my freedom, Iemet. In that case, we must follow this to its conclusion. No further distraction. We must uncover the real truth here, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, whatever that may be. The key to this is the discrepancy in Miss Pavlova's story, I'm sure. If I can chase that down, maybe the truth will become clear. The truth about how you really died, about how that scene in your cabin really came to be. Alright, I'll see what I can do. Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Naruhodo. So then, shall we begin? Yes. What we should ponder first is the victim who lost his life in a cabin that was both shut from the inside. Was this truly an unfortunate accident? Wait, what's the question? What is truly... What's this truly an unfortunate accident, or was it in fact no accident? That is what we must establish in the first instance. We've already established it, haven't we? The man tripped over the kitten that had climbed into the cabin via ventilator. Tragic, yes, but still an accident.
Hold it!
Wait, let's just take a step back. It doesn't make sense if that's really what happened, does it? I assume it's the message, like I have been saying. I'm going to have to ask you to spell it out for me, I'm afraid. Yes, it's starting to take shape now. There's a clear contradiction between the facts, and Miss Pavlova star here. Evidence is right there in Kazuma's cabin. It's undeniable. His death couldn't possibly have been a mere accident. Really? Let us show our hand, Mr. Narhode. Time to present the evidence. Evidence that proves unequivocally that the victim death was no mere accident.
Yes!
The truth is clearly recorded in this photograph print. There's no way that Mr. Asaki could have left this message on the floor. That script, it's Russian, isn't it? Indeed it is. The word written means wardrobe. I see what you mean. Most people would leave a dying message in their native language, Japanese in this case. But maybe he was studying Russian. It's a simple language. He could have picked it up very fast. That doesn't seem likely. That's actually not the point. It makes no difference whether he knew Russian or not. Sorry? What do you mean? Exactly what I said before. Because his death was instant. Instant. It was an instant death, so he couldn't have written anything. There's no way that Mr. Asaki could have left this message on the floor. And the reason why is clearly explained in here. Damage to the cervical vertebrae resulting in instant death. Instant. Ah. Which means, after the victim fell to the floor, he couldn't possibly have written anything. Because he was already dead. It's not the only reason either. There's something else we found in Mr. Asaki's cabin. A remnant of something that couldn't possibly have been there if what Miss Pavlova told us was true. What? So Susan has noticed too then. Putting this message on the floor aside, there's something else that gives the truth away. Another piece of evidence that proves this was no accident. In other words, I'm between two, either like this because of the cat, or this because, you know, because there are no entries.
Yes!
This? Oh, son of a... Okay, that was not yet. That's gonna come out later. Oh, man. Okay. Even though... No! It's an accident, and what's what we're looking for? Let's do things. Manihoy! Hello, welcome in, Raiders. How was your stream? What were you playing? They mentioned Pavlova before the hint. Well, made more sense. I played L. Oh! Sweet. Have you been lighting... Do you like Night Rain? Because I have heard a little bit like people are a little bit divided on the Night Rain. The absence of something you would expect to find at the scene of the accident, or the presence of something you wouldn't. Was compensable put, my dear. beat it today. Oh! Congratulations! Was it hard? Did you struggle with the game at all? I see it doesn't fill me with confidence, Mr. Narrow. Don't worry, Mr. Narrow. I believe in you. Well, more than Mr. Sholmes does anyway. Thanks! Says the guy who's have been like almost 80% of the time wrong.
Yes!
Still get good. What is that mythical thing of getting good? That's an unknown thing. I do not know what this getting good is. 3 bosses on my first try, and the final boss on my second try. Was weaker too. Look at this guy showing off! Okay. I'm showing off. You're showing off. How dare you? How dare you show your superior gaming skills to my horrendous skills? Oh man. This piece of broken glass next to the mark on the floor. But that's the glass belt the kitten had around its neck. We already know all about that. It was broken in half when the victim tripped over the cat and fell. So we already have a satisfactory explanation. Where's the flaw in that logic? It also took 2 months to beat the first boss in Night Rain. I assume you had some bosses between. One day I will get to play Elden Ring. The basic Elden Ring. One day. But that day most likely ain't gonna be soon. But one day. And I'm gonna cry if the same thing happens as happened with Dark Souls 3. I'm gonna cry if that is how it's gonna end. I will cry if I will not like Elden Ring. What happened in Dark Souls 3? I do not like Dark Souls 3. I had least enjoyment with Dark Souls 3. Even though Dark Souls 2's travel is a nightmare, horrible experience. Hated the overall world going in Dark Souls 2, but I like the bosses in Dark Souls 2. In Dark Souls 3, I haven't really enjoyed anything. My god. And I cannot even explain what it is with Dark Souls 3. I truly cannot. Something just rubs me the wrong way with Dark Souls 3. Unfortunately, there is a very big flaw, a fatal flaw. Is that fatal flaw that the other pieces with Pavlova here? What? If that's really what happened, then how did one half of the bell end up back here in this cabin? Yeah, that's what I was thinking about. It's all about Dark Souls 2. Oh, like I said, Dark Souls 2, like, overall gameplay was miserable existence. I will never want to go through that again. But at least I think most of the boss fights themselves, which, like, raises it up more. But with Dark Souls 3, I just did not like almost any of the bosses. Only one that I truly liked was Dancer. Like, I had hoped that I would like Dark Souls 3 more because it was supposed to be more fast than Dark Souls 1 and 2. And after Bloodborne and playing with... Well, actually I played Dark Souls 3 before I played Bloodborne. Bloodborne is my favorite. Something with Dark Souls 3 just did not land. still have to say whether you'd like the Elder Ring. I'd say the bosses are better though for the most part. God, I hope I would like Elder Ring, but I know that I'm a little bit of a contradictory conduct. I'm all quite the opposite with how to say with the popular stuff for some reason. And it's not because it's popular, I don't want part of it. No. Just things happen. So because Dark Souls 3 has been one of those, like, usually it's Dark Souls 3 is like the favorite of people. So I had high hopes for Dark Souls 3, and yet that was like the one that I like pretty much almost dislike the most. So now I'm a little bit afraid with the Elder Ring, like, oh no. Am I gonna like it or am I not gonna like it? I still wanna play it someday, because I wanna find out. But I still do be afraid. Yes, I remember that we found the other half of the glass fell in the waste paper basket. Would you care to explain that, Miss Pavlova? Oh no. Both these pieces of evidence clearly point to the same conclusion. There is far more about the open world and exploring it's way less linear. Which might be a problem when I do admit it full-heartedly. I don't really explore in Dark Souls games. Well, Bloodborne was a little bit more exploration. I enjoyed it. Like, I even said in stream that it was quite clear to see that I liked Bloodborne the most, because I actually did go and search around stuff and go around and like snooping around. So with Dark Souls, like the main Dark Souls games, I admit it, I did run a little bit through stuff. Especially in 3. In Dark Souls 3, I was basically Sonic. That's when Mr. Asoki died last night in his cabin. There was someone else in the room. And that same person deliberately arranged the scene to disguise the truth, in order to cover up his or her own guilt. Yes, there was someone else present in Mr. Asoki's... Hold it! It doesn't cut it. She was Sonic in me. I was Sonic. But I was a magpie of a Sonic, you know. I still collected every shiny thing I found. And I somehow did find, I think, like most things that were like collectible, I think. Like, I think even a couple of times people were like, how am I able to find those, but I still cannot find anything? Nearing is most advice for newcomers to just follow their heart for the most part. Nearing can be either 10 hours and brutal, or like how I played 180 hours and pretty easy. You made it brutal because according to people I play Dark Souls games a little bit wrongly. Well, not wrongly, but in a challenge run it seems like. We're wasting time. Someone else was there? Yeah, of course. We know this. Not the cheese! What are you talking about? Bulkhead was bolted shut from inside. There was no way in or out. Oh yes. The only other person in cabin when the young student died was you.
Yes!
It's true, I was in the cabin when it happened. You were shut inside the cabin wardrobe, to be precise about details. But I don't know Russian. There's no way I would have left that message. Not would have. There's no way you could have left that message, to be precise about the details. Sholmes! Shush! Would you mind? Forgive me, my dear fellow. Look around, find weapons you like. Well, most likely if it's anything like my usual Dark Souls plays, I get the one weapon I use that whole game. Make pots and stuff. Wait, are pots items? Well, those I will not use. Level up lots. Yeah. My traumatized chatters can tell how well I usually remember to level up stuff. As I was saying, the person in question wrote the word wardrobe in Russian on the floor in an attempt to incriminate me for the crime, even though I had been asleep in there the entire time. And then the same person picked up the broken glass belt that had fallen to the floor for fear of it becoming evidence that would show Mr. Asoki really died. But why wouldn't this person have taken all the pieces that fell away? Leaving a half behind was always going to raise up questions. Yes, well, it was past 1 o'clock in early hours in the morning. The cabin would have been quite dark. A single small lamp suspended from the ceiling would barely have cast any light on the floor there. Little wonder then that the culprit failed to notice a fragment of the tiny item. You all suspect me, don't you? Hold it! The seaman Strano. Nina is a woman of sea. She's a daughter of strong sailor. 2 years ago, they noticed her dancing skills, and she went away to join ballet company. But before, she was dancer on the ship, a member of the ship's band. You do not accuse ship's angel of being criminal. Ah, so that's it. You say that when young student died, Nina was there in his cabin. But that is not possible. They keep my tooth. Well, this is almost interesting. And why would you keep your tooth, Ray? How can you be so sure? You are a great detective. You should know. Look through it in ice. Cabin bulkhead was bolted shut from inside. Ah, but there is a reason for it. Nobody could go into cabin. Not Nina, not anyone. Or you want to tell me that killer can walk through locked doors? Niet. It's impossible. Ah, he's right. What do you mean he's right, Ryonosuke? We know that it can be done. But wait, I've read about this in detective stories. People often tie thread around door latches so they can open and close them from the outside. No, that's not the correct way. That is not the correct one. But we all Susato, you witnessed too how the bolt can go into the lock without anybody touching it. Wait, are you on the Titanic? No, we are not on Titanic. Red? Are you stupid? These bulkheads are not barn doors. Certainly not. These are watertight doors, as one would expect to find on any modern steamship. Constructed of heavy steel with not cap inside, no threads or needles or magnets could have been used. No, of course not. I thought so too, but Mr. Naruhodo suggested it earlier, so... Susato-san, how could you shift it onto me like that? Yo! Blame game! The seaman's terminal has a valid point. The cabin door couldn't have been bolted shut from the outside. Not necessarily. What? What? I put it to you that I could bolt this cabin. I put it to you that I could bolt this cabin door without laying a finger on it. And in this very cabin, we can see the traces of this metal I have in mind having been used before. I don't believe it. I don't believe in ghosts. Sorry, distractible reference. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, I believe you know what I mean, don't you? A way to shut the bolt of the cabin door from the outside? One way does spring to mind, yes. Do you really know what Mr. Sholmes means, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, and so should you. Because we've seen it happen. Indeed we have. So, would you care to do the honors, Mr. Narhodo? Point out the telling signs of the method that was used to slide the cabin door bolt across from the outside.
Yes!
Look at the bookcase there. See how all the books and things have toppled over? That must have happened when the ship made it emergency stop before. Yes, that's right. It's a very powerful vessel after all. When the engines are thrown into reverse, a violent jolt goes across the entire ship. Any small objects that aren't fastened down are bound to fall over. I believe? Yes, it's what's known as the force of inertia acting on the objects. Is there nothing Susan doesn't know? Or that isn't in her book, at least. What kind of book does she have? Well, whatever it's called, the same force that pushed over the books on the bookcase also made something else in this cabin move. The bolt on the cabin door. It was very obvious just after the emergency stop that the ship made earlier. We had come into this cabin not long before, and we hadn't bolted the door. But then... Hello? Is anybody in there? Shout if you need assistance. Oh, that sounds like... Inspector Hosanaka. I had some fried chicken for him. Just a small bite. Just a itty bitty bite. Oh yes, that's it. When the ship stopped suddenly, the bolt flew across the lock and locked the door. Yes, it's made of metal, but it's small and light enough to be moved by the ship's sudden change of speed. Or the force of inertia, if you want to call it that. Are you trying to say that last night, after Mr. Asuki was killed? Wait, that does actually explain why the stuff, the food stuff were on the floor and everything. And everything had fallen over. This Butter made another emergency stop? Yep. When I woke up this morning and looked around the cabin, I thought it looked a little odd. All the books on the shelves had toppled over, and all the ornaments. It was almost as if someone had run their hands across shelves and deliberately knocked everything over. Oh yes, I remember. And I stood them all up again, didn't I? Then, when we came into this cabin, we were surprised to see the same thing in here. All the books and everything had toppled over, just like Mr. Asoki's cabin. Oh my. Do you have anything to say about this, Miss Pavlova? Are you out of your mind? You say Bore made emergency stop. It does seem a little far-fetched. How could that possibly have happened? Unless you're saying that the culprit is actually someone from the engine room. Oh, it is simple enough. Are you forgetting the button in the passageway outside? Used to trigger the emergency alarm. Oh yes, of course. There was a notice, wasn't there? Telling you only to press the button in times of emergency. On dark nights when the fog is dense, the captain cannot afford to rely on the eyes of his lookout alone. Hence, the placement of a number of buttons around the vessel to allow any crewman to raise the alarm. The sort of button one is almost compelled to press to satisfy one's curiosity. You were the one that made the emergency stop before. Like the one that we witnessed. Wait, it was you? When the button is pressed, two things happen in the interest of safety. The emergency alarm bell rings and the vessel comes to a complete stop. As indeed it did a little earlier today. Ooh. Busted! Mr. Sholmes? Sure, it wasn't you who... As I always say, a button has but one purpose in life. To be pressed, whatever the occasion. I do need to learn now. Any small guy who needs a beauty. Understandable. Get some sleep. Get some stream aftercare. Very inconvenient. Wouldn't you have to go and open all doors after every emergency stop? I would assume it doesn't happen that often, though. Be pressed, whatever the occasion. He sounds almost proud of himself. How dare you mess with ship? I report you to Captain. You are in much trouble now. Now, I'm sure that all that can wait until later. Let us not overlook the fact that we have now learned a valuable lesson. When the vessel makes an emergency stop, the bolts on the cabin doors lie closed. So, what we must now consider. Yes, it all comes down to one thing now. Last night, after what happened to Mr. Asabi. Did the ship make an emergency stop or did it not? You're idiots. Pura is a huge ship with many passengers. If we make emergency stop even in the middle of the night, there will be chaos everywhere. As some people put some things together. Chat, I throw this question at you. Do you have a guess why or how this could have happened without, how to say, knowing? What are your thoughts, Mr. Narhoda? Well, it's certainly possible that some kind of emergency happened last night. We have evidence to support that idea. Really? What evidence, Mr. Narhoda? Fascinating. Do show us, my good man. What evidence promotes the theory that some emergency gripped this vessel last night? I have no clue what sources I'm making it dear.
Yes!
Has anybody else been paying attention to there has been a couple of suspicious things that have been said around here. Seaman Stroganov, it's your duty to patrol the first class area of the ship, isn't that right? Yeah, that is correct. Why? And the ship's log here. This would be where you record details of your duties. What are you doing with that? That is mine! Ah, you rather carelessly left it atop the little makeshift burrow in the passageway out. But as responsible passengers, we took it into our care with a mind to return it to you later. Yeah. I left it there on purpose. That is where I put it always. It's just suspicious fish on the sail. I don't know how that's suspicious, but the point is, looking at what you usually record, it's clear that under normal circumstances you write the phrase "nothing to report" every 30 minutes. I can't unsee that. From the 2 o'clock last night until the first light this morning, nothing was recorded at all. Nothing recorded in the log? That is... yeah, because nothing happened. But if nothing happened, you would normally write nothing to report, wouldn't you? Go. So, does anybody have any theories how they could have done the emergency stop without anybody else knowing? Indeed so, which tells us that shortly after 2 a.m. something happened here aboard Asespore. Something sufficiently significant to make you forget to fill in the ship's log, in fact. When everyone was asleep. Yes. Technically, yes. But how did they make certain that people would not wake up? Because remember, when the emergency stop happens, the alarm starts to flare. And it's quite heavy rocking. There is couple of hints that the character have been saying. But sleeping guess. Almost. I can tell you. It's the food. Or character food. Yes, that is the way. The what's it? Chicken dinner that they had. Had sleep. Like some kind of sleep tonic on it. That is why Kazuma was awake in that time. Because he didn't eat the chicken, because he doesn't like chicken. That's why Ryunosuke here did not wake up, even when everything happened. Because he was knocked out by the food. And that's why everybody has heavy head. Like, you have heard Sherlock saying, Sholmes saying, Susato, Ryunosuke, Inspector, they all have said that they have heavy head. That they have all had a throbbing headache. For some reason. They have all mentioned that they have had a headache. That is very unusual. Force reward not latency has been cleared. Are you suggesting that the ship really did make an emergency stop in the middle of the night? Stop talking rubbish! If I'm perfectly honest... Oh, chicken too much. They've gotten me 100%. Oh yeah, I would have eaten that chicken. Absolutely. Consumed the chicken. I'm that little hard to believe myself. Oh? Why? Well, because if something as major as emergency stop really had happened, surely all of us would have noticed. That's very true. Thanks to the emergency stop we experienced earlier, we all know what it feels like now. The ship lurched so violently and the alarm bell was so loud. I can't imagine that anybody would sleep through that, even if it happened in the dead of the night. Well, no, that's a good point. What of? The dropping. Sorry? What do you mean? Your head, man. Dropping of your head since this morning. We have all suffered with... Ah. Oh, yes. I have had a headache, you're right. In fact, I haven't been feeling myself since I woke up today. Nor have I. My head has been feeling heavy ever since dawn. Yes, you've all been afflicted, haven't you? Just as I suspected. He's right, my head's been dropping today too. And since eating dinner yesterday evening, everything has felt sort of hazy. I can't really remember anything that happened after I climbed back inside the wardrobe. Then the first thing I noticed this morning was a dropping pain in my head. I had already been dragged out of the wardrobe and had those handcuffs put on me by that point. Why didn't I wake up when all that was happening to me? Tell me, Mr. Naruhodo. You boarded this vessel as a stowaway, didn't you? Oh, well, yes. Sorry. The stowaway class of accommodation doesn't usually include meals. What did you survive on? Ah, well, Kazuma looked after me. He was always happy to share his meals. So you enjoyed some of the whole roast chicken dish that was served yesterday evening, I take it? Yes, in fact, I had all of that. Kazuma wasn't fond of chicken. Oh, really? So the victim didn't eat any of the chicken at all? That's right, he didn't touch it. Is that relevant? My dear fellow, does that not strike you? Oh, Mr. Sholmes, do you mean to say there was something wrong with the chicken? I do. No! No! Really? Is that really true? The meal prepared for the passengers last night had been tampered. Tampered with by addition of soporific designed to induce a very deep slumber in those who consume. a sleeping drug. Also, the sailor didn't note anything past 2 a.m. since he passed out from eating the chicken or is killed. He is part of this. You mean whoever did laced every meal with a sleeping drug so no one would notice the ship's emergency stop? Because clearly not everybody can be asleep. Because no way else would the ship do the emergency stop. So the crew at least had to be awake. At least someone. But did this laced every meal with a sleeping drug so no one would notice the ship's emergency stop? Mr. Narrowhead, of course that's not what Mr. Sholmes meant, but a far-fetched idea. Precisely. We can trust the food I can't eat in front of the Netflix. Truly, this TV. Just imagine, like, you cannot ever eat the full roasted chicken that is brought when you are, you know, in a ship. You cannot. Maybe it's drugged. Don't do it, man. Don't do it. You cannot trust the chicken. Placing every meal of every passenger on board the soporific drug would certainly be impossible, unless, that is, every single member of the crew was a conspirator. Conspirator. Wait, Seaman? I'm sorry to say that any more deception in this matter will get you nowhere. If you refuse to talk, there would have to be an inquiry made through the shipping company, of course. And were that to happen, every member of the crew and the captain himself would be hauled over to the falls for aiding and abetting a renegade. Please, no more. I will tell everything. I cannot make problems like this for everyone anymore. These crewmen are your former comrades, I believe. Yes, so when I decided to run away, I asked them to help me. We all agreed to help, everyone together. She threw away everything. Her fame in the ballet, Mother Russia. We wanted to help her, help our angel. I don't believe it. You are right. We put sleeping drug in chicken last night. Yes, I remember now. I did notice chewing on a lump of something strange and bitter at one point. And you still ate it! Yeah, we could not make all drug. How do you say? Iso. Talk about heavy seasoning. At midnight, in waters near Shanghai, we brought our angel on board. She was helped by comrade on shore with small fishing boat. While all the passengers of the SS Puree slept soundly. Thanks to the almost magical effects of the slumber-inducing potion, their evening meals had contained. Well, just because you taste something a bit strange, you won't throw out your limited food. If I would eat, chicken and I suddenly crunch on something, hard and that is not chicken texture, I certainly would pause and check out what that is, So that's what happened. The only people awake on the ship last night were the crew, people who dislike chicken, and the newly boarded passenger, Miss Pavlova. And that means it would have been possible for you. You could have used the emergency stop trick to lock Kazuma's cabin door. How does that make sense? Sure, every cabin door would have ended up locked in that case, and there would have been complete chaos. Oh, I wouldn't say so. What? Ah, of course. Just like us, all the other passengers would have eaten their evening meal of chicken in their cabins. After which they would have been overwhelmed by tiredness because of the sleeping draught. Quite. And accordingly, all passengers were already in their cabins for the night. Yes! The overwhelming majority of passengers would habitually sleep with their cabin doors bolted anyway, and so not one of them would have found it remarkable to find the door locked in the morning. In summary, in order to fasten the bolt of a single cabin door on the ship, the culprit brought the entire vessel to an emergency stop in the early hours of the morning. Is that us supporting your escape one day? What escape? My grand escape. You have talked a long time and said many things. What is point? The point is what I said earlier. There was somebody else present on the scene when the victim lost his life last. Someone who left a message in Russian on the floor in an attempt to discriminate another. Someone who tried desperately to hide the broken fragments of glass that would reveal the culprit's identity. And someone who abused the ship's emergency stop procedure in order to lock the door. All told, a busy night. But I don't know about any of this. I'm just a little girl. You like to speak with your long English words and explain your clever ideas. But I am a sailor, and sailors don't listen to long, boring stories. We don't believe. Sailors like me, we trust only what we see with our eyes. A laudable trait. What? I am quite of the same disposition, my good man. Observation to me is everything. Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, yes? Can you hear it? The accusatory cry of guilt on the wind. What's accusatory cry of guilt? Sorry? You've lost me. Proof of involvement, man. But you can't hear such call with your eyes. Ears. Sorry. No, you must hear it with your eyes, for observation in the basis of all deduction. Please, not another deduction. What are you talking about? I believe the time has come. No! 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 Oh, these are so long-winded! Like, these are fine, like, time to time, but we have almost, like, had 3 of these back-to-back, like...
Yeah, this big
Son of a... I have to listen to Sholmes' nonsense once again. So, Mr. Naruhodo, your assistance, if you please. Oh, we don't have to do the whole song and dance, please? With what exactly, Mr. Sholmes? With observation, my dear fellow. Just as I said, of these two prevaricators. Oh, God. Observation? If you remember, Mr. Naruhodo, we know that somebody tried to fabricate evidence, don't we? By tampering with the scene of Mr. Asaki's death. What we're looking for is some trace of evidence that one of these two was there when it happened. Wait! Mr. Strongman, can you show me your finger? Precisely. You're delightfully quick to grasp my meaning. Alright, I'll see what I can see. So we're looking for a trace of evidence that shows someone else was there last night when Kazuma died. Chunky arms. Ah, ink stain.
Yes!
Seaman Stroganoff. You seem to have quite a large purple stain on the back of your white uniform there, right? Ah, yes, I am. I don't know where the dirt comes from. The applause is... So nothing in particular comes to mind about the stain? What are you trying to say? It would appear that the significance of the stain has escaped your attention, Sheep. Allow us to make it plain. There's a very large purple stain on the back of Seaman Stroganov's uniform. And I think what made it is clear. Indeed it is. Show me, Senarhoda. Present the evidence that proves it. My pleasure. Alright then, the evidence that proves that the stain on the back of Stroganov's uniform really is...
Yes!
Crime scene photograph. Yes, it's this photograph, and the ink it shows. That's what caused the stain on your uniform. Ink? Inky dinky. A rather unusual color of ink. Purple. Ah, penny drops. At last. Now you see the significance. This is what I mean, like, with Sherlock, like, not him, Sholmes over here. That he's a brilliant mind in a sense because he, you know, he did deduct this facility's endpoint without that much of our help. But man, he's stupid at the same time. He's a brilliant idiot. The Russian word on the floor next to the victim's body was written in purple ink. And the stain on the back of your uniform is ink of exactly the same color. If the ink had been dry, it wouldn't have stained your uniform in that way. Which means... you must have been present in the cabin. In the moment immediately after the ink was spilled. Alright, yes. It was me. I did everything. I arranged everything in Dead Student's cabin to make it look like Wardrobe Man did it. Then I pressed the button to make Borrow do emergency stop and bolt cabin door shut. I did everything so no one would suspect our angel. Please. Don't worry, Angel. Let me do talk. It was after 1 in the morning. I was on duty, patrolling passageway. Then our angel came to me. She was white like sheet. Please, you must help me. I went with her. The door to cabin number 1 was open. When I looked inside, I saw student boy on floor. What happened here? Please, don't tell anyone. My little one, my little furry friend. Everything that happened in cabin is like Angel told. The kitten escaped through the ventilator into Mr. Asoki's cabin. Then he tripped over and broke his neck when he fell to the floor. I think I'm gonna end the stream when we get through this chapter. And God, I do admit it, I'm very much hooked on this game. But I either continue either tomorrow or day after. It might be tomorrow, it depends how my voice feels. Or it will be on Wednesday, or well, Wednesday I will be a bit busy though. I'll see. It might be tomorrow. Because Wednesday I do have some stuff. So when does new Twitter outburst come, or do you need a judge for it? Wait, what Twitter outburst? Yes, that is right. I want to see Barok. I want to see Barok. I want to see one Zeets. Like this one lady ascending. Ah, I don't remember if these two have like that kind of breakdown. Because this is not like a normal trial. So after the incident when the cat ran away, Miss Pavlova then visited the cabin next to hers. only to find its occupant lying lifeless on the floor. She said she was worried when she heard a sound of something falling on the floor. That's when she went to look. No. Angel? The door was not locked, so she opened to look, and you already know what happened. There's just one thing, if you wouldn't mind. What? When you went to Mr. Asoki's cabin, Miss Pavlova, was he already dead? Why? I already told you. When Nina opened the door of the student cabin and looked inside, I was asking Miss Pavlova. Well, Miss Pavlova. Yeah. Oh. Yes, that is right. I saw him. It was dark and he was wearing black, but he was on the floor, not moving. I was scared. I understand, and I believe. So, is that finally it now? Have we discovered the real truth about Kazuma's death at last? Ah, something very nearly slipped my mind. Oh, Mr. Solms? This photograph. Yes, I took this myself, you know. The cause of death was a broken neck, therefore the victim died instantly. And the unfortunate incident that precipitated these events, a kitten on which the victim stumbled. However, if those are the facts, there is one particular area in this photograph. It seems to me somewhat unnatural. What do you mean, unnatural? What are your thoughts on the matter, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh well. Kazuma tripped and fell, and by some terrible stroke of bad luck broke his neck. Which part of this photograph print seems unnatural? To me, it's the side that he's on, you know? Like usually when people, how to say, break their neck when they fall, it's usually backwards, you know? So that your, like, spinal cord will hit first. Whatever it would hit, that would be the first part that hits. Usually. So you falling, like, down, like this way, seems suspicious. Especially because, how to say, human nature, if you're falling, like, forward, is to put your hands, like, automatically. To embrace the impact, you know? To brace for the impact. Brace for the impact. That is a natural response if you fall, like, face forward, usually at least. It should be. So in this case, it is me suspicious. But I don't know if that's what the game wants me to say.
Yes!
Okay, that was not what fun. Aww. Okay, we're open. And it can be equally used. I'm sure you're okay. Either was orchestrated by the culprit? No. I mean to identify another point. Imagine, if you will, losing your footing yourself. Who do you land as the victim has? What of your hands? You look like the sort of fellow who stumbled with some regularity. This should be an easy task. Why do I? So I was in the right, but I chose the wrong thing. Am I supposed to just take the hand?
Yes!
Okay, that was so fine. The other hand? So I'm in the right path, but I'm not certain what the game wants me to actually like point specifically at. Is it the other hand because it's in the fist?
Yes!
Alright, if he really fell due to an unfortunate accident, then his fist just doesn't seem quite right. The exact same thought occurred to me. In a fall, one instinct is to open palms flat. Yeah, because you want to brace for the impact. That is like a natural response by the brain. Which does make you wonder, like, even if you hit the deck like that, how did he break his neck if he did brace for the impact? Yet here we see the victim with his left hand tightly pulled into a fist. Almost, you might say, as though he were gripping some. What do you mean? Simply that I took the liberty of investigating the victim's fist a short while ago. You did? And what, pray, do you imagine I found there, my dear fellow? Mr. Sholmes, show us, please. Why, of course, my dear madam. Would I keep you in suspense? Yes. This is what I found. Oh, a crescent moon with a little gemstone in middle. Yes, you're right. A crescent moon. It's very pretty. But what does it tell us? It tells us nothing. Except our little angelic lady has this earring in one ear. I'm not so certain. The crescent moon looks familiar somehow. I'm sure I've seen it somewhere before. Observation, Mr. Narhood. That is the key. But the truth is now tantalizingly close. How did that crescent moon come to be in Kazuma's hand? Clenched fist. Fist! This is the final clue, the last piece of the puzzle. Ask yourself, what does this little crescent moon mean? What the significance has it? And observe. Find the answer with your own eyes.
Yes!
Yes! Miss Pavlova, on your ear there. I see you have a crescent moon as well. Ah! What? And on your other ear. There seems to be a crescent moon missing. The little link holding it must have been broken, I suppose. Now, the missing crescent moon was found in the victim's clenched fist. Fist? Ah! Yeah, I cannot speak anymore. Clearly, there is only one logical conclusion. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Narhoda? Yes. Miss Pavlova? Mr. Asoki must have grasped that crescent moon and pulled it from your ear. Perhaps just moments before he fell to the floor. In other words, last night in Mr. Asoki's cabin, you witnessed the moment when the victim fell with your own eyes. In fact, you were quite literally at arm's length from him. So many murderous women in this game. But I mean, I don't think she actually meant for the death. But then the question is, why did Mr. Asoki do that? Why did he pull your earring from your ear and hold it in his clenched fist during his final moments? Oh no. Angel? No one can protect you now. Please, Miss Pavlova, tell us the truth. Last night, what did you do to Kazuma? Well, that was very dramatic. When I think about everything that happened yesterday, it was too much. Running away, the fishing boat in the middle of the night, trying to climb onto this huge ship. And then, when I was at last in this cabin and I could relax after this horrible, long day. Erika, wait! Oh, the music. I couldn't believe it when she disappeared through the ventilator. I tried to call her with a little whistle. I tried waving her favorite toy, but nothing worked. Erika would not come back. Clunk? What are you doing here at this time of the night, Inspector? Oh. I'm sorry. I thought it was a friend of mine. Young man from your country. He was very polite and kind. He helped me to find Darka, and he promised not to tell anyone. But then, when I had my friend in my arms again, and I was going to leave the man's cabin. Just a moment. Sorry, but... Oh, yes? I'm sure I know your face. I've seen you somewhere before. Of course. You're Nikolina Pavlova, aren't you? The Russian ballerina. What? No, I don't know that name. My heart nearly stopped when he said, he knew who I was. How could this man from a land in a faraway east know a Russian ballerina? Yes, I saw your performance in Japan. The beauty of the ballet made a deep impression on me. What are you doing on this ship? I'm sure I read that your ballet company was performing in Shanghai at the moment. I can't fool him. I have to tell him the truth and hope he doesn't tell anyone. I have no other choice. I see. So you have run away. Please keep my secret. Don't tell anyone. Give me a moment. I could use another opinion here. Oh, he was trying to wake up. Oh! Kazama meant to come and wake up Ryunosuke, but instead she thought he was going to pull the cord. He's going to pull that cord. He's going to tell the captain. Why did I think I could trust him? Then it happened. Everything at once. It was only a second, but it felt like forever. Wait, I shouted, and then Darka jumped out of my arms and down to the young man's feet. And as she turned around to look at me, ooh! I pushed him. Oh, so you did push him with your own arms. I don't even know why. I don't know why I did it. I was just so scared. And I had to stop him from telling anyone about me. And that's when he went to fetch help from Seaman Stroganov, who was on duty out in the passageway. I heard Nina cry out and thud on the floor, so I ran to her. She was standing at the cabin door, shaking like a leaf. She looked at me and said, "Help me, Biff. If they find out, I will be... Please, I have nowhere to go." But then the crew was on your side. What do you worry about getting? Yeah, that is weird. Like, at least Biff here said that the whole crew agreed to help her. So I would assume the captain was part of the crew in this talk, you know. So you decided to help, and that's when you arranged things in Kazama's cabin to make it look like I did it, so that no one would suspect the passenger in the cabin next door. Yes. I went in the cabin and looked around to make sure there was nothing to show Nina was there. And then I found a stowaway in wardrobe, still sleeping. Right. That's when he found me. So you work out a plan. lay the blame on the stowaway. I closed wardrobe doors and put back strange paper sign. Luckily for me, that's the only reason Susan started to believe me when I said I was innocent. I dragged young man's body to good place and used ink that was spilling right on the floor. I wrote wardrobe so that person who found him would look inside wardrobe and find a stowaway. And tell me, what of the glass bell? It was by my feet, so I picked it up. I see. But it was dark in the cabin. I didn't notice the other half. Then Angel went back to her cabin and I finished the job by pressing the emergency alarm button in the passageway. Yes. Accordingly, the SS parade did indeed come to an emergency halt at a little after 2 a.m. thus enticing the bolt on the cabin door to slide shut, creating the locked room mystery. Why would they drug the food before it even happened? Or did I miss a page again? They drugged the food so nobody would witness her coming into the ship. I think that was the reason for it. That they drugged the food so nobody would, like, notice that she's coming in. That there would not be any witnesses. There's still one thing I don't understand, Miss Pavlova. What? Well, you said you told Kazuma about the fact that you ran away from your homeland. And it's because you were worried he was going to tell the captain that you pushed him. But they would have to drug it before the murder based on re-eating it. Yes! But as he was saying, like, that night that Kazuma was killed was the night that she came into the boat. She came into that night to this boat. It was on the same night. She was not on this boat before. She came in. She tried to feed her cat when she finally got to the cabin. The cat went to the other side and everything happened. I think the food was drugged so, you know, because she is runaway from a very famous, company. So they drugged everybody's food so they would certainly be asleep. So nobody would witness, even accidentally, her coming in. But instead, all this happened. Isn't that right? Yes. But even if we had pulled the bell cord and called for the captain of the ship, aren't you friends with every member of the crew? Why would that have been a problem? Yeah, now we... Look, Ryunosuke is asking the same question that you guys were saying before. Or... like, why? It was what he said first that made me scared. What he said first? What are you doing here at this time of night, Inspector? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was a friend of mine. Ah, because he knew that Hosonaga was here. He thought it was Hosonaga. He said an inspector was his friend. Ah, yes, meaning me, who was supposed to be acting as his bodyguard. I thought that if police knew about me, they would arrest me. So before he could pull the bell cord, Maybe I stop you a moment, please, Miss Pavlova. It just doesn't seem to make sense. I mean, was Mr. Osaka really going to pull the bell cord? I don't know. What? What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, I'm not Kazuma, so I can't know for certain. But he was a man of his word. He told you he wouldn't give your secret away, then he wouldn't have done. No, he was walking over to it. He was going to pull the cord. He was going to make them send me back. No, he was trying to go to Ryunosuke. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, today's work is not yet done, it seems. There is one more deduction to make. What? Another deduction? Yes. What action was the victim really about to take at that moment? Can we determine whether the young man's gaze was direct? First, consider the victim's location within his cabin. That's easy, I remember every detail of that room. I mean, yes, I spent quite a lot of time in the wardrobe, but still. The cabin has been my home for this entire voyage. But this is how the cabin looked last night when Miss Pavlova visited Kazuma-sama. Yes, it's exactly how it was. Are you ready then, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, if there's one thing I've learned today, it's that simple case can reveal all manner of truths. And not only that, in order to draw the right conclusion, you can't afford to be out by even a little bit, even if you're following case where it ends. Wow! Amelia? Thank you, Amelia, for the follow. So when he turned away from Miss Pavlova, what exactly was Kazuma looking at?
Take that!
Consider everything that happened last night. Certainly, it may have looked as though Kazuma was going to ring the bell. Yes. However, what is directly beside the bell? The wardrobe. The wardrobe? And more importantly, what was inside the wardrobe? The man's great friend, sleeping soundly. Ah. Miss Pavlova, please think back very carefully. What were Mr. Asogi's exact words last night? Give me a moment, I could use another opinion here. Another opinion? Yes, but not from a member of the crew. No, Mr. Asogi intended to consult his close friend on the matter. See if between them they might be able to help you in some way, no doubt. Oh, no. Sadly, we can't know the truth for certain now. It's too late for that. But I wish you had made sure of what Mr. Asogi was looking at. Things may have ended very differently if you had. Miss Pavlova, I want to thank you for finally admitting the truth. But unfortunately, the truth is a man lost his life because of what you did, and that will never change. I hope you'll never forget. I'm sorry. Really. I'm so sorry. What have I done? And so, at long last, the mystery surrounding the tragic accident on the Asespore was finally laid to rest. (7 p.m.) What will happen to Miss Pavlova now then? Once we reach Great Britain, she'll be handed over to the British police at Scotland Yard. What about the fact that she ran away from Russia? Won't the Russians try to repatriate her? Apparently, the English detective can speak to the immigration office and sort that all out. Mr. Sholmes can do that. So she won't be going back to Russia then? No, I don't think so. Even if she wanted to return in the future, I doubt she would be able to. She ran away, so now she's an exile for life. I see. I'm sorry. Team Stroganoff, I want to help our angel, no matter what. But I didn't think about you, about how you lost a good friend. I will go with Mina. I will give myself to British police. That's kind of you. In the meantime, thank you for letting me go free again. Kazuma's death feels like such a waste. But... well, do what you can for Miss Pavlova, won't you? Yeah. Well, I'm afraid you need back now. We're due to arrive in Hong Kong tomorrow. As much as it pains me, I'm going to have to hand you over to the consul to arrange your passage back to Japan. Yes. I did stow away after all. I couldn't really expect any different. So, you should get back to your cabin now. It looks like my study tour to Great Britain is over before it's even begun. I think that only days ago, Kazuma and I were laughing together about how we'd tear up the streets of London. That seems like a distant memory now. Oh, what's that? Is it someone weeping? Susato-san? Naruhodo-san, I didn't know you had returned. Oh, well, I haven't been back long. Inspector Hosonaga just told me I should back, ready to leave the ship tomorrow and all that. I still can't believe this has happened. I can't believe someone's life can be over just like that. And another with woman with weapons away. Don't worry, she can make you into a pretzel without even a weapon. Like Kraken. If anything, I would be more afraid. I would be more afraid of her without the weapon. She can yeet you across the room. Susato-san. Oh, the music. He had such a grand ideas for this visit to Great Britain. So many dreams. And now they've been cruelly taken away, just as he has. I thought I could never forgive the person responsible. But now we know the truth, that it was just an accident. Just a silly series of mishaps. It's too much, Naruhodo-san. It's just too much. Yes, I know. I wish there was something I could say. Inspector, my duty was to see Asahi-san safely to Great Britain, but I failed. And caused his two closest friends great pain and suffering as a result. I've let everyone down. And I will do anything to make up for my terrible conduct. Nobody blames you, Inspector. And I'm free again now at the... Hey! 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 Who put this on? Sholmes! Sholmes, you son of a... Kick him in the nuts. Strangle him with the flipping chain. Put the hands over his head and just strangle. Surprise, Mr. Naruhodo. What's the meaning of this? What do you mean feet? Oh, a trifling matter. Simply that in my head I think I shall always picture you wearing those shackles. man. You can keep your kinks in your own head, you know. You don't have to, you know, announce that to the world that is your mental image about me. Keep that in your own bedroom, you know. Without them, the balance seems all wrong. It's distracting. The chase the time, Mr. Shaw. How to say, this game makes these things way too easy. Sorry? So I decided to restore them. For all time's sake, shall we say. You're a stowaway after all. He thinks this is funny? Mr. Sholmes. We do appreciate all your assistance. I'd like to thank you from the bottom of my heart. Not at all, not at all. And though it's a little late, may I offer my sincere condolences? 50 or more common knows as Dr. Wilson was very close friends of Herlock Sholmes for no particular reason. The loss of your companion is truly heart-rending. I hope that you will be able to fulfill some of his aspiration in his honor. I'm afraid that won't be possible. We shall be disembarking at the next port in Hong Kong. We have to return to Japan and make full report about everything that's happened. What? Wait a minute. It's just me that has to go back, isn't it? I mean, I was a stowaway. The terms of this study tour were negotiated by the Department of Justice in both Great Britain and Japan. It was to be one lawyer and one assistant. Was to be? In the light of Mr. Asaki's unfortunate death, I'm afraid the study tour can no longer go ahead. Oh no. I don't care for me, but... Poor Susato-san. My dear fellows, the majority of problems have an extremely simple solution, you know. All you require is one lawyer, and the study tour can continue, surely. But there is no one else with the necessary qualifications, Mr. Sholmes. We know of no other lawyer. Qualifications, you say? Any qualification obtained in your own country will be of little value in Great Britain, I'm afraid. Oh, what? But anyway, the voyage to London is still promises a good month of time. Ample opportunity, I would say, to find yourself another suitable lawyer. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
Have a smooth brain. No ridges or lumps or valleys or bumps. All ideas slide right off, like a water slide. Smooth brain.
Who's a smooth brain? Hey! I'm not a smooth brain currently. I'm big smart. I'm smart. I be big smart, right? You know that if you have smooth brain, you have perfect qualifications. This girl's got smooth brain like a chicken brain. The word has given it or it's distracted. I have the moment that the two dust balls in my head make some electricity go off. I have my moments. Mr. Soto? Yes? Do you think perhaps I might be able to do it? But you're not a lawyer, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, unless... Are you studying law? No, I'm not. But... I'm sorry, in that case, I don't think there's even a chance it will work. But as I said, there is still more than a month before we reach England's shores. Isn't that right, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, I have a month in which to study, to learn what I must to become a lawyer in Great Britain. Mr. Naruhodo, that's ridiculous. Are you seriously suggesting anybody could learn all of that in just 40 days? There's only one way to find out. I would work my fingers to the bone, Inspector, every single day. Will you let me try? And if, by the time we reach Great Britain, I haven't learned enough to be recognized as a lawyer, I'll take whatever punishment is deemed appropriate. But why put yourself in such a difficult position? For Kazuma, he said that there was something he had to do in Great Britain, and that he would sacrifice anything to make it happen. He was passionate about it. I can't let all that passion just come to nothing. And anyway, it's for my own benefit too. I will become a lawyer. I have to. What do you say, Mr. Sato? I think it's a wonderful idea. Thank you. So, what does our bespectacled inspector friend say? Are you serious? One lawyer and one assistant. The numbers are indisputable. No. It's madness. Yet fascinating, wouldn't you agree? Fascinating? Duty and rules are the dull routine of existence that we are all upon. Give us interest. Give us fascination. Speak for yourself. Besides, qualifications are no measure of man. What matters is his character. Steven and Falco. You could. Reckon you were an afterthought there. But yeah, thanks for stopping by us. And follows. And talking. Thank you. What matters is his character, no? And you witnessed ample evidence of this man's exemplary character today with your own eyes. At least I was an afterthought. At least you were, remember. From the early hours of this morning until this very moment now. Standards aren't that. Maybe you should have a little bit higher standard, you know? Despite contending with the passing of his close companion, and despite the accusations of guilt, this man has shown resourcefulness, intelligence, and above all, courage. Very well. I'll think of a clever way to word my report to the Department of Justice. Inspector! After all, I did just make a promise, didn't I? I said that I'd do anything at all to make up for my shortcomings here. Oh, thank you, Inspector. If you'll excuse me, I must pay a visit to the captain's quarters, I think. I need to discuss what to do next and how to best make my report. Are you really prepared to attempt this, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, I'm going to try. I wonder, would you consider teaching me what I need to know? Everything about being a lawyer? I would be delighted to help you. I am a judicial assistant after all. Oh, she's gonna be noting many times throughout this game like, psst, hey, Ryunosuke, that does not make sense. Like, nuts. Thank you. But that would be the normal way of Ace Attorney. And, Mr. Naruhodo, I'd like you to take the charge of this. What? Me? Are you sure? I'm sure it's what Kazuma-sama would have wanted. So remember, guys, in the I think it was in the last stream when you guys were like, you wouldn't be let to have the sword in Britain, you know. And I said we will see this sword a lot. Like it will be in the Britain stores, no matter what, because we will see this a lot. This is what I meant, because Ryunosuke here is gonna carry this sword the rest of the game. Its name is Karuma. It's a great sword. It's a great sword that's been in Asoki clan for generations. Very well, I accept. I'll treasure it always. So then, Mr. Soto. No! She's a child! That Kazuma actually wanted to help, you know. So then, Mr. Soto, it seems we'll be working together for some time to come yet. It will be an honor, Mr. Naruhodo. And for the next 40 days, I shan't grant you a single minute of freedom. We shall fill every spare moment with study. Yes, that's exactly what I need. But before we begin, I have an earnest favor to ask you. Goodness. What is it? Please throw me to the ground. 3 times! What? I should never have doubted you. You were Kazuma-sama's closest friend. Of course you would never have done anything to her. That should have been obvious to me from the start. Excuse me. She's meaning it because she did the Susato takedown like 3 times. But I would have to do it back. But I allowed suspicion to get better of me. And no matter how upset I was feeling, it was completely unforgivable behavior. No, you were in a shock. You just found out about me stowing away and then cabin door was locked from the inside. No, I won't let you make excuses for me. Whatever the circumstances, I should never have thrown you. And not just once, but 5 times. That number keeps creeping up, doesn't it? Please, you must. Just take hold of me and throw me. Do it. Don't even think about it. No. I don't even know how. I've never thrown anyone in my life. Very wise, Mr. Naruhodo. It isn't a skill one acquires without considerable training. What are you doing here? Get out of my room! Pervert! Pervert! Oh, Mr. Sholmes. I observed your throwing technique several times with great interest. I confess, I was most impressed. When did he see that? I presume that would be a form of Japanese wrestling? Oh, well, in a way, it's not wrestling, but my own interpretation of an ancient jujutsu technique. Apparently, it's called the Susato takedown. It leaves your head swimming, believe me. How peculiar. How peculiar? I am practitioner of the combative art myself. I am somewhat accomplished boxer. There he goes again, dancing around again. I wonder if you'd be so kind as to instruct me on the technique of your arresting throw. Arresting throw? Yes, I'd be honored. Yeet him! Yeet him, Susato! No, do not yeet me, but yeet Sholmes. Let us not delay. Demonstrate, my dear madam. Oh, of course. Don't. Are you ready? Mr. Naruhodo, don't do it! Sorry? Hiya! Ah, nuts! Ah, here we go again. As you can see, you throw from the abdomen. Oh yes, resting indeed. And that is what you term this was not a takedown. I said wrong target. Nuts. Actually, no. That was a Susato squash. Oh no! In my groggy state of consciousness, a singing from an evening recently spent with Kazuma flickered into my mind. Karoma? That's right. It's a prized sword that's been passed down through generation of Asoki clan. I can't believe you managed to get permission to bring it with you. I mean, taking a katana on a study tour is more than a little irregular, so surely. Well, ain't he cool? A Japanese man's sword is his soul, Ryunoseki. I can't be parted from my katana. Karuma guides me. I truly believe. So its name compels its wielder to slice evil in two? Not that you would need much compelling. On that subject, there's something very important that I have to do in Great Britain, and I'll sacrifice anything to make it happen. I'd appreciate you seeing it through with me. Of course I will. Whatever it is, I'll see it through to the end with you. I knew you wouldn't let me down. That important thing he had to do. I still don't know what that was. But I'm going to see the place for myself and work it out. In Great Britain's capital, London. London Bridge is falling down, falling down, falling down. London Bridge is falling down. My fair lady. Alright, so there might be more tomorrow. Baruk! I want to see Lord 1Z. Lord 1Z. Let's go here. The laundry is going to be something. Mind you, this time for sewers seeming so most of the street smells of sewer. There are some things interesting going on with the London. It's going to be fun! Yeah, if everything goes alright, I might continue this tomorrow. But yeah, thank you everybody for sticking around, enjoying this adventure with me. This very, very long yapping session. Remember to take care of yourselves, eat, drink, sleep, be nice to the next streamer. More than 3 hours this time. Well, I would hope so, but like I said, the heat keeps me awake. I cannot sleep when it's too hot. Ugh. Believe me, Kraken, I tried. But yeah, take care of yourselves. See you in the future. Bye bye.